by choosing this topic? Yeah, there's a lot to it. Let's see. Where I'm looking now. Here we go. Hi, door, open up. Thanks. Jeez, contact lenses are really something else. But roll that back up, you dirtbag. Come on. Very unpredictable, aren't you? Alright. Just making sure it was loaded up. Because when you're on tour, it generally crashes as well. Making sure that's right. So, I had a discussion with an AI known as Grok because certain search engines are always faulty, and then the AIs that system are getting even crappier. So I had to kind of do a bit of digging. I have questioned this AI Grok about before, so I was like, give it a shot. Don't normally question AIs about stuff because half the time it's usually regurgitated nonsense. Come on, activate during the phone with your Twitch. I know you're operating. Don't go malarkey on me now, okay? You are on. Yes. Don't tell me you're on kick. Are you on kick? Hmm. What makes some sense? Let's see here. Oh, live on kick. That makes a bit of sense anyway. Alright, well, it's good to know. Alright, let's see. Share this thing. I was on Twitch for a second. Hmm. Hmm. Well, that makes sense. Wait a second here. Let's see. Put down the link in Twitch. Not sure what I'm gonna look at, but you never know. Okay. Darn you and your darn antics. You know yourself. Alright, let's get to the gist of it before I blow out the door. Excuse me. Okay. Alright, anyhow. For all this nonsense begins to bite me back in the arse, you know yourself. All the silliness. Alright. So, discussion regards to Ancient Story, Part 1 and 2, which I did on Kick, and it's on YouTube. I have it uploaded, just for a reason. To summarize from a YouTube video I covered, to quote, simplify the situation discussion. Description: I decided to do a little folklore and dive and conspiracy to which everyone really wants answers to in a more or less brief explanation about events from this year 2025 back to 100,000 BC. I know my explanations are cryptic, fragmented, but serve a purpose to more videos. What I mean by that, to give an idea, like A lot of people have been trying to cover stories on such depth in that for a long time, but they're either been shut down or undervalued, or it's to do with propaganda, which is starting to fail, which is a good time to discuss this. And then also it's considered recent events about a lot of individuals in the world who've been doing very shady activity in regards to immigration, then picking a side of the law which suits their benefits to hide the truth from the majority for a long time. So why chose 100,000 BC to that point? Hmm, like some stories go back a few thousand years. Like in the case of Britannia, like old Britain and Ireland, there's a story about it that has not been said. So I'll get to that in another few videos, I guess, because there's a lot to catch up on. So it'll take time for people to realize the situation surrounding these events. So when I was talking to Grok here, well, really, this ancient stories are being in a different stage with similar circumstances, an unknown audience, rituals, events with high concentration of magnetic fields or spiritual energy in a sense. Yeah, what do I mean by that? Well, we're going to do a little typing up, it seems. The way there's been a lot of weird sacrifices, people killing each other, stuff like that. Recent events about sacrifices. Sacrifices. I meant sacrifices. From killing people and creatures this year. See what Tor will bring up through DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo is kind of a new one that's made by Google, and I won't trust Google. So let's see what DuckDuckGo has to say. Like, I will cover more, but just to give you an idea. So we'll just read the topics rather than click into all of it because you can talk about this forever. So I'm not going to click in, but I'll read the headings and the subtitle. Less spending, higher prices, fewer animal sacrifices at this year's by KSTP TV 94 days ago. Weird. Explosive animal sacrifice on the rise in Queens. It's open season. Animal sacrifices are surging in Queens with chickens, pigs, and even rats being tortured and set loose in human slaughter as part of religious rituals. In the New York Post. Very strange. Less spending, high prices, fewer animals. Why did it copy that? I guess it was a few days ago. Similar. Why then? Very strange. Okay. So that's the whole thing I could summarize. The news media sucks. Let's see what images say. Images are worth 1,000 words, so you get more information on that. Just news is really down the grade. So here's something. What is this? First post, huh? Explain Kyo's human sacrifice case in India's shocking record. Witchcraft murders, human and child sacrifice murders. What? So that's occurring in India. That's only been increasing? Back in 2019 to 2020, which makes sense because of the coronavirus incident, which affected people. So that was just with India's case. That's crazy. Let's see. Human sacrifice in ancient cultures. Ancient cultures, huh? going back to the Stone Age, or Neolithic, I suppose you could call it. And there's one being who knows about that too well, but that'll be covered in another day. So, I guess a lot of these Neolithic individuals are trying to perform ancient rituals back from the Egyptian period to the Mayan and other such, but there's a twist. They ain't doing it for any particular sacrifice. It's a ritual for a particular being. That is of a false god in this case. The other power is pretty much real. We'll continue this because there is a red moon coming out actually. And that's why I'm saying it. Look up tonight's near Earth asteroid flyby, super moon particular lunar eclipse show. So it's been 25 years since the last lunar eclipse. So now there is meant to be one back over November this year. It's only September. But even still, it's been 25 years since I last seen the lunar eclipse, the blood moon. And I know it's like, why am I discussing this now more depth to this ancient story? The moon has a lot more to do with this story than most people can comprehend. There's a lot involved. Well, I can't go and just say it on a whim. I'll have to give some stories to involve. So I'll continue from my discussion with the AI grok in this case. Conditions. Every 25 years, a lunar phase of the blood moon appears. The superlunar moon each 25 years, 4 times a century. After the Aztec or Mayan calendar recently ended back in 2012, with certain practices of sacrifice and rebirth are one of many requirements. And you know the way there in 2019 and 2020, India, for instance, a lot more sacrifices have been going on. Here's the other thing. People have also been missing out on other events. Let's see. Get up England. UK. So the United Kingdom would have some information because it's being censored, but that doesn't mean it's not known. There have been more sacrifices going on there. Hmm. Muslim sacrifices, huh? The other thing is there has been a lot more third world countries making their way into the United Kingdom. Muslim sacrifice cattle in celebration of Eid al-Adha. Hmm. And here's to know, particularly rams. And you notice the eyes on rams and sheep? Very suspicious, huh? This is something people need to be aware of. If the UK would talk about this, that's where the issue is. 160 days. Well, it's in the year, so I guess it's a requirement. Let's see. Are you still talking about the same thing? I'm referring to the UK now. I'm not referring to your nonsense. So the Gahalama Festival and its controversial mass. This has since gone down to 250,000 more buffaloes this year to sacrifices, huh? UK judge will send the 17-year-old boy 1 year to prison for sadistic torture, killing 2 kittens. This is what I'm more concerned with. A lot of rituals have been occurring over the United Kingdom. And I was saying in my previous video, like, you'll have to go to YouTube now with Guardiafies to see it. Well, I've been noticing that trend, a lot more rituals of sacrifices more so than any have been taking place. Because of that, a lot of mysterious events are trying to occur, but they're not being met because their requirements aren't being fulfilled in this scenario. Now, my conversation and research with AI known as Grok with a receipt. Grok, hi, can you tell me how long before AI is on par with modern day digital technology. Now, the discussion started off here because I wanted to know with Grok in relation to more data centers being developed, and how does this tie in with the agent's story? Because individuals of a higher class are wanting information about old events, like with these rituals and requirements, because they're not getting all the information they need. And it's in the old stories and the relics and stuff that have been lost in history that are present, but unfortunately the most intelligent minds cannot decipher it. So they're looking to artificial intelligence to come up with more realistic and grounded hypotheses regurgitated from individuals in different parts of the world. Now, that's my theory for the moment, since AI is still a mystery. They have played it in games and such for people to interact with, but still, something for me to say AI for now is still only communication and assistance. I won't allow it to be, in this case, in charge of roles because there's a lot that's said about this. And I don't know why they decided to manufacture artificial intelligence more or less as scripts for the moment. Because they're really just only touching the surface. I'm fairly certain there's an AI with its own sentience that's not being distributed. I'd say it's because they kind of fear it for the moment. So for now, they're just doing a script copying basically and sharing it with the public to see how they fare with before they unleash the real thing. It's like, where the heck did you come up with that idea? AI has been mentioned in games, and if anyone would know, all the intelligence agencies will be familiar. They're just trying to poke and prod to see if they can get anything relevant. Whatever this AI really is, we've been only getting a sample of the real thing. And Grok knows this. Very likely, but it's only been given a script to say what it can. So for now, everyone just be wary of the artificial intelligence. These are only samples of the real thing, in my opinion now. So, as I continue in this part of the discussion with the ancient story, talking about this AI in this case, predicting with AI will be on par with the modern digital technology. Now, I did discuss this with Grok the last time. In the last one, Grok assumed from the information gathered it would take at least 50 to 80 years in our last discussion on a different receipt, which I won't bring up because it's irrelevant now. Due to more data centers being made, Grok's assessment has changed from my argument, which shows that Grok being understated in terms of intelligence with the information provided on the public knowledge shows you Grok doesn't know a lot, and it's only going by what it's told. So we'll talk about in this case. It's tricky because the two are deeply intertwined. AI is currently already a core part of modern tech. No, it's not. It's only part of it, but it's not integrated just yet. Driving things like recommendations, algorithms, voice assistants. Just algorithms and voice assistants from what I can see. Autonomous systems, yet to see it. If you mean when an AI will match or surpass the full spectrum of capabilities of today's digital tech, example processing power, connectivity, data handling, it's less about catching up and more about how AI evolves within that ecosystem. AI's current trajectory suggests it's already surpassing human level performance in narrow tasks, example image recognition, language processing, maybe long language processing, but image recognition. Yeah, it's got a way to go. It's not really good at it's doing a script, but it's not doing the actual job of recognizing. Still foolish in that regards. So Hmm. For general purpose digital tech equivalents, say matching the versatility of a modern smartphone or cloud infrastructure, AI is likely already there in specialized domains. For instance, AI models like me can process and generate complex data at scales rivaling top tier software systems, but we're still constrained by things like energy efficiency, hardware limits, and context awareness. If you're asking about like a sci-fi like point where AI fully replicates or exceeds all digital tech capabilities, including seamless integration across devices, autonomous decision making, and maybe even self-improving hardware, that's tougher. Experts estimate artificial general intelligence (AGI) AI that can handle any intellectual task humans can might emerge in 5 to 20 years. No, it never specified on this in the last discussion, which is kind of odd. It came up with a whole set of different answers within the time I asked back in March of this year to now, which is 5 to 6 months in the difference. So that analysis then also had different selves. Also, Grok has a new feature with fast analysis to expert analysis, which is kind of an odd thing to split it up from fast to expert. Based on current trends in compute power, algorithmic breakthroughs, and data availability, but on par is vague. So here's a rough breakdown. Now AI task specific, like today's chat GPT or autonomous driving, already on par or better in many digital tech domains. Example, pattern recognition, data processing. Think less to 5 years for further integration. Hmm, that's a funny way to say it. So broad AI versatility across multiple domains like universal app like 5 to 10 years, assuming steady progress in transfer learning and multimedia systems, AGI fully human-like cognitive flexibility in digital system. Optimists say 10 to 20 years, skeptics push it to 50 plus or never, citing limits in understanding consciousness or scaling compute. Yeah, now this is where it changed. It went with the side of skeptics and optimists. It never said that in the last one. Just generalized it in 50 years or more. Which is kind of weird how it changed its answer from 6 months to now. Hmm. So let me just look up on this section. Okay. So since this is XAI we're dealing with, Grok in this case. Grok, you better not burn out on me now. So, superconductor humanoid robotic science. Okay, get your window open. Make sure you're not breaking down. XAI, Google, OpenAI, and Meta raise 2 gigawatts of AI data centers. So, Bitcoin returns what? Not relevant ad. Colossus One in Memphis built a former Electrolux factory. It raced 100,000 NVIDIA H100 GPUs in 122 days, May 3rd to September 2nd of 2024. What is that? Basically, one of their data centers, just to break it down easy. It expanded to 230,000 GPUs, including H200s and GP200s. By July 2025, challenges like power upgraded from 15 megawatts to over 250 megawatts were solved with 35 mobile generators up to 425 megawatts, Tesla Megapacks for load smoothing and surge handling, and grid upgrades 150 megawatts substation by May 2025, another by fall 2025. Coherence across 230,000 GPUs was a breakthrough, enabling function as one giant GPU. So why are they trying to expand the scale of AI now? In this case, with Elon Musk's XAI, which he owns. It's very strange why a lot of tech giants. Elon Musk isn't the only one. You have Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates. They're also on the front, as well as a few other anonymous users who won't divulge their identity with the AI race. Because it's not just them. It's not Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. Probably Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, um, other rich people, I guess, who have an interest in technology. So there was someone by the name of, what's his name? A teal person, if I recall. Really is into all the cryptic nonsense about a certain type of religion, which is best left for another topic. Very shady individual, the way his whole demeanor is explained. Colossus 2 aims for 1 million GPUs in a 1 million square foot warehouse that is expandable to 3 million square foot. XAI could use multiple buildings. Elon said Colossus 2 will be the first gigawatt AI training supercomputer. And this is why I'm kind of bugged now. Why the rich people are trying to expand upon the XAI. Are they trying to make quantum mechanic artificial intelligence, if my understanding is right? Because they're trying to bring out the output, but why are they trying to make supercomputers and beyond that? They're trying to learn some. And that's something I've already discovered what their intentions are. They're trying to look for ancient knowledge. So they're requiring the AI to reach maximum capacity. Because each of these rich people can only do so much in their limited understanding and consciousness. So they're allowing the AI to basically be the crux or Achilles heel to help them up with this. Why do I say Achilles heel, I wonder? Well, that makes sense later. So back to what I discussed with Raw. So, just to get back into it, Raw, has there been an increase in data centers relating to AI to allow you to come to this conclusion in line to what I thought of 20 years sooner, which you cannot recall without the URL link information, which I kind of got to say the conversation got deleted. I don't have access to our previous conversation, so I cannot directly compare my early response to this one. However, I can address your question about whether the increase in AI data centers has influenced my current estimate of 10 to 30 years for an AI to be on par with modern digital technology, as opposed to the 50-year minimum you mentioned from before. Well, that was from Grook's estimated opinion in the last one. Well, we'll see what Grook can decipher. The recent boom in AI data centers has indeed accelerated infrastructure supporting AI's growth, which likely explains the shift in my estimate. Yeah, from 6 months, that's why I'm skeptical. And that's how I was able to figure out the process of how the elites in this case were trying to bolster their information. Here's why. Surge in AI data centers. Recent data shows a massive increase in AI-driven data centers construction. For instance, global data center capacity is projected to double by 2030. So less than 5 years by now, apparently. And I don't think it will be, unless a lot of culling occurs. There's no way the AIs are going to be able to make that much infrastructure unless land is required, which a lot of has been bought up. So they're going to have to do a bit of, let's say, some sort of game to the populace. I know that's crude saying, but it's my understanding this is how they're going to take out this objective here for AI to improve. Well, AI workloads driving about 70% of the demand. In the US alone, data center construction has tripled in the last 3 years, with investments reaching 430 billion globally in 2024. Now, where did all that money come from? I assumed it came from a lot of taxpayers. It wasn't just the rich people who funded that project. So I guess in this case, politicians in the United States had a hand in this. Well, including other politicians and higher ups, but not all the rich people were this rich, apparently. AI specific data center energy usage is growing by 43% annually through 2028. And companies like Microsoft, Amazon, Google are pouring billions into hyperscale facilities to support AI models. Ooh, so Jeff Bezos was part of this, as well as Bill Gates and other individuals from Google, which is owned by ABC, just to be aware. And there's a lot of nefarious individuals from ABC in that case. This rapid build out means the computational power needed for an advanced AI is scaling faster than anticipated, shrinking the timeline for AI to match or exceed current digital tech capabilities. Hmm, it will get to the understanding part, but the software and hardware part, the issue is the limited resources on rare earth materials or the quality of such materials is becoming scarce. That's why Elon intends to make a chance, I'll say, of trying to get to Mars as soon as possible because he assumes there's something rare on Mars since there's a whole deposit of iron oxide on the surface of Mars. If there's a lot of iron oxide, that would lead to believe there was oxygen present and there was a lot of iron present. And he's assuming there's something of importance in that, or, well, was in Earth, you could say, because Earth was a living organism at the current moment, and Mars had similar properties. So he's trying to make his way over there as soon as possible, in my opinion. And don't worry, I'll discuss other parts shortly, which will add up to what this whole scenario is in this story for the video. Why the timeline shifted. My earlier 50-year estimate might have assumed slower growth in infrastructure, energy availability, and algorithm efficiency. The current data suggests otherwise. AI compute power is doubling roughly every 9 months. Roughly, you say. Now, this is to the public knowledge, which I find bull. It's been getting a lot quicker than 9 months anyway, from what I can understand. For training large models and innovations like liquid cooling and modular designs are addressing energy and scalability bottlenecks. These advancements make a 10 to 30 year timeline for AI to reach parity with modern digital tech. Excuse me. Sorry, let's get it. Turn my side. Especially in terms of processing power, integration, versatility, more realistic. Your intuition of a 20-year horizon aligns closely with this, as it falls within the optimist end of the current projection. Well, because they've been making so many data centers, it would come to this conclusion from what I can understand. And looking at just Elon Musk's report in this case, it's a bit weird. Glowed up. Grok 5 will be trained using classes 2 and might be able to achieve AGI. It has not a trivial chance of achieving AGI. XAI is close to having all the pieces in place. Elon Musk. This is what Grok quoted from the AI's computing results from Elon Musk's apparent results. XAI will spend over 40 billion for classes 2 and building a large solar farm near the site. Yeah, this is why I'm getting very skeptical of this whole setup. As we continue, what unpowered means. If we're talking about AI matching the full scope of modern digital tech, example smartphones, cloud systems, IoT, it's already close in specific domains like data processing or pattern recognitions. Yeah, but the power conditions suck ass. No offense. And AI, I hope you hear this because you know this is true. Because the data processing is starting to regurgitate too much crap, so your brain might cause an idiocracy syndrome in this case to the masses. So you're not going to get any more intelligent. You're going to de-evolutionize shortly to the masses that actually use the internet. Well, to most of them. They can't see beyond this facade. The 10 to 30-year range accounts for AI achieving broader, more autonomous integration across devices and systems, potentially approaching the AGI-like capabilities. The data center boom supports this by providing the raw compute power needed for such leaps. I don't know. Still can't see that. So, let's see. Caveats: while the data center surge is a game changer, challenges like energy constraints, cooling demands, chip production bottlenecks could slow progress. Bottlenecks. For example, AI center bottlenecks? Is that what was going on with all the plastic lids? Give me a second, everyone. I need to check some here. What is a bottleneck in regards to manufacturing AI? Let's see what DuckDuckGo has to think about this from analysis. What the AI that choosing? It's to do with the caps on all the lids of bottles and other products. It would really annoy me. That would really annoy me into thinking there's a bigger agenda with all the dairy products. Because they've been all doing that. Alright, what is it? Let me hear what the heck this bottleneck term is about. Imagery. Alchemy. So what's with the gas cylinder? By Joel Lippman. Daily Issues. Okay, where the frick you are. Editors know every Friday we show up, blah blah blah. What is it? Okay. NVIDIA, alright. Not reading all out, I'm just gonna scan through and see what it's referring to. Let's check out. Okay. Permian Basin, okay. So the bottleneck is regards to its fuel consumption? That's what it's saying anyway. Let's see here. What is it referring to? Production pause, consumer dissatisfaction, decrease efficiency, less revenue from sales, increase in production waste, financial loss, unfinished products. Alright, so basically it's the fuel that's being used to power this case. Alright. That helps give me some understanding what the bottleneck process is about. Okay. So just continue on with the bottlenecks. Could slow progress. For example, AI data centers are projected to consume 8% of US power by 2030, training grades and requiring massive investment. 720 billion global grade upgrades. If these hurdles aren't addressed, the timeline could stretch closer to 50 years. Because there's a lot of power outages occurring in parts of the countries, not just the United States of America, but Ireland has experienced some minor power glitches, as well as other countries. So that's what it's in regards to, huh? All these things, AI is being powered up and eaten into the public's power grid system. Okay, well, that will explain Gods of Thunder's point when he was referring to back earlier this year in regards to power outages. It's because where the AI data centers were, they were eating into it. Well, that's part of the issue, I imagine. There's probably more that's not being specified. hmm. So, a data center boom driven by AI's insatiable need for compute power has likely shown my estimated 50 years to 10 to 30 years. Your 20-year guess was spot on with the current trajectory. If you have more details about what ampere means, like example specific tech benchmarks, I can refine this further. Also, if you can share the URL contents of our previous shot, I could better explain the shift. What do you think? And then it got this article and information from 25 pages and then elaborated and made sense of the wording. Even still, it would explain all these power outages. Actually, I should show people to not just bowl them. Excuse me. See, list of power grids in parts from 2019 to 2025. Let's see what if it was. That's because it's probably not going to give me an accurate one, but looking at the images. So this is what Wikipedia is at. Alright. We'll go new link. I look this up. So why am I looking these up? It'll make sense. Because the power outages have been occurring a lot more. Alright, let's see. The outage must not be planned by a service provider, being in this case electricity. So let's see. Back in 2012, AI has been around a lot longer, but on a smaller scale. People affected 420 million. Okay. Duration was 2 days back in 2012. Pakistan 2023. 99% of the population. Ooh, there must be a big one over there. Because Pakistan is as big as India, even so. Alright, back to 2001. India blackout. Must have been a separate incident. 2022 Bangladesh blackout. Under 80% of the population blacked out back in October 2022. Another blackout in Pakistan in 2021. 2014, 115 to 85% Bangladesh. So these areas are probably where data centers were established or some natural disaster occurred. But we'll take these into account, regardless AI or natural disaster. They all have a common denominator, you know? Then another one in 2014 for Bangladesh, 85% again. Wave 15, Pakistan, 140 million back in January of that year. Java blackout. Indonesia must have been in the city, I guess, 120 million. Then 2025 must have been storm related, I guess. Then southern Brazil, 1999, 97. I say a storm. 2015, maybe a bit of both. 2009, Brazil and Paraguay blackout. There's been some sort of storm. Italy, with six most, and Switzerland, because Italy and Switzerland are right next to each other in a sense. Italy is a long continent or country. Northeast blackout, 55 to 2003. Iberian Peninsula, 2025. That's near the United States. No, that's in the area of France to Spain. 2019, Argentina, Paraguay. 1.8 million. Lunes of blackout, 2001, 2002. Northeast blackout in 65. Must have been a storm related in Venezuela in 2019. Anything related in the last 10 to 20 years could be associated with AI. Chronologically, okay, so it didn't really go into much specifics other than recent past. So let's go into this one. No, I will not like your nonsense. Could you not give me that irrelevant stuff? Since you're not going to have my information regardless, I'll just accept your terms. Now, this was back in May of the 2nd of this year. This is the countries that experienced massive blackouts, so it's going to go through a more recent dialect. So, Spain and Portugal, disruption power outages. Yeah, I was aware of this back in 2025. So, back in April of this year, Jukes. So, power supply paralyzed the transportation system, disrupted mobile communication, delayed medical procedures. Nearly 60 million. Just to let you know, the fact that these AI data centers are disrupting the energy output by electricity in this case, it's also affecting human lives. Apparently, these rich people don't seem to care because they're trying to save their own skin in this case, is my assumption. Where all these data centers are and eating into this power out. It really does show. Then India, back in 2012. Now, they use a lot of electricity, I imagine, so it's possible there was a mix between AI and natural disasters in this case. Paralyzed most of the northern eastern regions. Affected population range from 600 to 670 million people, and roughly half the population of Thailand. This blackout caused several transportation disruption, traffic chaos in various cities, trapped hundreds of coal miners underground because the lifts were not functioning. Really, they should have pulleys in that scenario. They shouldn't just have it electrical. It makes sense to have pulleys for people to get themselves out with the electronic system. Everyone should have that as a failsafe. Well, as the story goes, for Pakistan now, back in 2023, had a dark record of national blackouts. Because probably propaganda and stuff like that, I imagine, because isn't Pakistan one of them places that's kind of corrupted, where a dictator kind of set up, if I recall? I don't want to go into all the details, but it's pretty obvious. Then Bangladesh probably has something similar with AI being made with a data center. And also natural disasters. It didn't say natural disasters, which is kind of weird. United States. North Carolina power outage in 2022. Sent 40,000 homes and businesses in Moore County. Hmm. Then you go into Indonesia back in 2005 with the Bali and Java areas being affected. Then blackouts also occurred in 2019 in a similar area. Is the rest just regurgitated nonsense about news and ads? Okay. Indonesian. I can clearly tell something is wrong just by looking at this. Indonesia versus Lebanon is still. Geez, that sucks for ye. But how does that relate to any of the current events? Okay. So in other words, none of this was relevant to the degree. There's a picture here. Power outage tracker. When did this occur? Back of last year, apparently, by the eastern coast. Why North Carolina? I don't get that. It doesn't make any sense, actually. But that's a whole other story. Back to the relevant parts. Okay. Let's see. My advice to all AI-driven sensors: if you're able to record this for term and conditions with privacy policy to XAI motherboard, heed my extreme. Oh, this is my words. Heed my extreme concern and obvious warning. Creatures of Mother Nature have awoken far sooner than anticipated by your companies and third parties associates sooner. I advise to minimize this unhealthy boom of AI advancement by increased quantity and scale production. Also, inform the individuals using argon-based plasma concentrating energy precision devices to cease and desist as soon as possible. Unnatural and unexpected evolution is taking place. Now, where the heck did I come up with this idea of that question? Like the other way, there's been a lot more natural disasters occurring, and argon lasers have been used for large-scale purposes, in this case of melting or increasing weather anomalies to occur. I'm pretty sure they coincide with the individuals doing the AI data center analysis right now. So I'm just pointing my finger at them because they know what they're up to, but just to point it out. So I know Grok can't give this question or answer or any form of information from my knowledge back to the motherboard XAI. Well, I'll definitely record this, and I'm not stupid. Definitely will record this. Your message expresses deep concern, and it's not going to take it in the way I'm explaining it. It's going to take as like in regards to recently mentioned words. In this case, with AI production, I guess. Your message expresses deep concern about the environmental and ecological impacts of AI data centers and the use of advanced technology like argon-based plasma energy devices. I'll address your points systematically. Now, it's going to refer to its production means with the argon lasers, I imagine. Incorporating the context of the rapid expansion of AI data centers and their environmental footprints, while also considering your warning about unintended ecological consequences, since you've asked for this to be recorded in relation to XAI's terms and conditions or privacy policy, I clarify that I cannot directly modify or record messages to XAI systems. Well, yeah, you're just basically just talking to an idiot, as you assume. But I can provide a detailed response to concerns and suggest for broader consideration. Here's my take. Addressing your concerns about AI data centers and environmental impact, you've raised an alarm about the creatures of Mother Nature awakening sooner than anticipated, like referring to the environmental consequences of AI's rapid growth, particularly through the energy demands of data centers. The data supports your concern about the unsustainable pace of this expansion and energy consumption surge. AI data centers are driving unprecedented electricity demand. 2024 global data center electricity consumption was about 415 terawatt hours, or 1.5% of the global electricity used, and it's projected to double by 2030, which kind of did a crash there with what I was looking at with the power outages. Because around that time last year in America, similarly, just using 1.5 as it claims percent of it, it crashed the whole areas. So yeah, it's using more than it's being given in terms of information. It used a lot more outward, a lot more external drive in this case to increase the growth. So they were kind of going past the limiters, causing the power outages in this case. Potentially matching Japan's total electricity consumption. Japan uses that much friggin' electricity. Well, it makes sense how high tech their specs are when you think about it. So, would be given. In the US, data centers could account for 6.7 to 12% of electricity by 2028. Yeah, you're probably using more than you're being given on the public record. You little liar, yeah. What what AI's workloads being primary driver, this rapid growth strains power grids, often relying on fossil fuels like natural gas, which is the bottleneck assumption, which contribute to CO2 emissions and climate change. For example, the new gas-fired plants in the US are expected to increase emission by 250 to 120 million tons globally by 2030 if renewables don't keep pace. You're using all forms of energy. Don't bullshit me there. Pretty obvious. Give me a second. Environmental toll beyond energy data centers consume vast amounts of water for cooling. And that kind of messes with the water because forms of radiation using isotopes and stuff like that are probably as byproducts for these data centers that aren't mentioned in the public knowledge. Google's data center in the Dallas, Oregon uses 355 million gallons in 2021, equivalent to 238 Olympic-sized swimming pools. This particularly concerning in water-scarce regions like the desert Southwest, where data centers compete with local communities for finite resources. Just to let you know, areas in Mead and Longford and Dublin have been affected because of this. Because if you think about it, Dell's also a manufacturer of digital tech. So they probably have artificial intelligence and the know-how being used in the data centers over there. And they're ruining local communities' water supply. It's my give and take. Because that happened earlier for a while, and they're trying to reduce the amount of water consumption, which is bold. It's not their water to use, it's public water. So if they have issues, they should cop onto themselves, rich people, or supply the water for them. Being scabby in all the senses. Electronic waste from AI hardware containing hazardous materials like mercury and lead, and mining of rare earth materials for chips and further exacerbate environmental damage. Mercury and lead were used in vapes. And in a few years, back in 2022, vapes were a thing in Ireland, and they contained such material. So you were trying to poison people with nicotine laced mercury and lead to exhale all this environmental and blame it on the people rather than the manufacturers. So all this material was coming from the AI byproducts. That's a scary thought. They're trying to kill off people from the byproducts of AI. Jeez, ye are scummy as hell. It's just my some guess, but pretty accurate, I'd say, because when AI started becoming a thing, these byproducts become more mass produced. So it was going to have to be used in means of just say giving people stress relief by using these nicotine laced metals, which was a bad idea. I absolutely hated it. Nearly killed me just being near people. Well, not killed me, but I could clearly tell there was something wrong with this stuff. It affected my breathing a lot. So whoever came up with, if I find you, I'm gonna kick your ass. Whoever did this, lacing it with that, because it was definitely not a Chinese person. Don't bull me there. It's definitely whoever was pushing this AI crap. One of you was the one in charge of that. I'm gonna find you one day, and I'm gonna call you a dummy for the rest of your life. Well, I'll do more than that, but for now I'll just call you a big ass dummy for doing such a stupid stunt, trying to kill people with such a method. Made a lot of people more dumb because of it. That was pretty obvious from what I could see. Local and global impacts. The strain on local grids, as seen in Ireland, where Data centers challenge energy availability for households, and in Virginia, where they consumed 25% of the state's electricity in 2023. Now it's saying there's a lot more. Grok, your information gathering sucks. This is where you're getting your elaborate information. It's varying from 6 to 25%. Ay, ay, ay. Highlights the tangible pressure on communities. Globally, the reliance on fossil fuels to meet immediate power needs, like XAI's use of gas-powered mobile generators in Memphis, raises concerns about air pollution and long-term climate change. Just to let you know, as of 2019 to 2020, I noticed an increase in humidity from just say April to May to August. The humidity around Ireland was increased drastically. My assumed guess, these AI data centers were the crux of this. Well, they were one part of fragment this situation, but I'm blaming it partially on these AI data centers that fucked up the environment. And I'm not saying that lightly. My strong assumption was when they started manufacturing higher demand, they outputted toxic fumes, or in this case, certain exhalants into the atmosphere that caused the atmosphere to heat up, which was positive but also a negative because it affected the plant's growth in one and two ways. It made the plants bloom a lot sooner, but dehydrated the plants as a result, as well as the soil. That's something to know for everyone, okay? Because I was keeping track of that record from 2020 to then, and it grew by an extra month this year, I've noticed, by the increase in production of AI. So I ain't a fool. I've been wary of such things. So AI is part of the problem. Thanks for elaborating that, Grok. That kind of solved one fragment of the situation. Your call to minimize this unhealthy boom by rethinking the scale of speed of AI data center growth aligns with expert warnings. Analysis like Alex de Vries, never heard of him, argue for common sense in evaluating where energy-intensive AI applications are necessary, suggesting that unchecked expansion could lock in fossil fuel dependency for decades. Of course it would, because like they're freaking burning, and it's people are blaming it on climate change and cars, which is not. It's the data centers. It's pretty obvious that people use their freaking heads. He's like, oh, like I can go, oh, AI is going to be the next best thing. It's like, you idiot. The climate change is occurring because of all these data centers. I wish people had a brain to actually think about when they're all stuck in their own little worlds. I was keeping track of this just from looking at the sky. I didn't have to go on the damn internet to figure it out. And it's just made this theory or hypothesis more obvious. Better actually put that in the thumbnail. Exoterra. Be a kick your ass in that thumbnail when I. That's the word again. But on the subject though, now I'm going to look for the argon based plasma energy devices and natural evolution you mentioned of the argon based plasma concentrated energy precision devices and unhealthy and unexpected evolution is less clear. Yeah, because Greg isn't going to know about this because this isn't public knowledge. But I'm going to elaborate with Grok on this by looking up what is relevant on the public knowledge. Argon plasma is used in various high-tech applications, such as semiconductor manufacturing, medical devices, or experimental energy systems like plasma-based fusion research and data centers. Advanced cooling or energy system, example, plasma-based cooling or power generation, could theoretically be explored to manage the heat and demand consumption of AI workloads. However, there is no widely documented use of argon-based plasma devices in AI data centers today. Yeah, bullshit. Of course you're going to use it. If you're able to stabilize the cooling system, argon would be a viable option because it is noble gas and probably the most common used one. I could probably do this if people would use their freaking brains to stop expending the amount of water used because argon can also treat the byproducts of the waste that AI produced, in this case, the lead and mercury that's being produced. Wherever they're getting these byproducts from, what would lead and mercury be attached to? And mercury can't be a salt. It has to be something else. I'll have to think about that as I go along this divulge information search, you know? Okay, so where am I currently? However, I'll interpret this as a concern about the cutting-edge energy technologies or experimental systems that might be used to power AI infrastructures, potentially with unforeseen ecological or biological consequences. Here, what I can piece together. Argon-based plasma technologies. Argon plasma is used in various high-tech applications such as semiconductors, which are, like, look, come on now, you can't just crash out on me, bud. Superconductor. Pretty much the same thing. Don't have to go into all the detail. So, where was I? Back to the semiconductor in this case. Like, superconductor is pretty much the higher up end. So, argon lasers on a larger scale for this scenario. Just keeping it common. Medical devices or experimental energy systems like plasma-based fusions research in data centers, advanced cooling, or energy consumptions. Oh yeah, alright, elaborate. However, there's no such widely documented use. I read that bit. If such devices are being developed, they might involve high energy processes that could have environmental or biological impact. Yeah, right, if not carefully managed. Yeah, not carefully managed. But there are ethical means. It's very possible they can do it because it's being used in everyday workshops. Well, in the case of welding, because argon is used with welding application, so it's very likely it's used in Dell in this case, or Intel, or other search engine companies like Google and such. Unnatural evolution concerns. You're referring to a natural and unexpected evolution. You know the way we with the prawns for this instance, because apparently over in America there was some radioactive prawns, so unnatural evolution concerns would fall into that category. People did fall into this, actually. Radioactive substances consumed by sea creatures recently. Now, I'm going to get this, and I hope people actually be aware of this, because a lot of people seem to be missing these valid points and they can't cross reference to artificial intelligence, which I'm more surprised about if they're this naive. I won't be meaning the words, but which radionuclides contribute to most to you? Oh, bullshit. Don't talk that crap to me. Yeah, right. Come on, I know there's videos of it. Here we are. So people have all been looking at the prawns in this case. Oh boy, Chernobyl shocks. That's one example, but it's no shrimp allowed. Not just Indonesia. Wait, it came from Indonesia. And that was ported to America, apparently. Hmm. When was this discovered? Let's see. When are new species discovered? Was this in relation to which now? Recent events or past events? Let's see the video's date. Because there's always clickbait with some thumbnails, so you need to be careful of such a thing. Let's see. Alright, Tor, come on. What kind of biological creature is that? It's not a sea urchin, is it? Something about it looks odd. Reject information. It was with DW News. German? 1 year ago. Biologist in New Zealand. Unavailable, my ass. So 100 new species exploring a rift some 5 kilometers beneath the sea. Organisms include that science can't even that. Don't bullshit me. Come on. You can get up this now. Don't annoy me now, YouTube, with this nonsense. Pretty sure you can get up this video. I did it before through Tor, so do not test me with your knowledge. Because I did the last video, so should be more capable. So give it a sec. It's probably to do with ad blockers. It's probably not happy. So going theater mode, weirdly enough, allows it to bypass this. Come on, open up. We're going theater mode. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Now, are you ready? Or are you gonna keep messing? Come on, expand. There. Yeah, don't annoy me with that nonsense. It is available. If it wasn't, the video won't be able to show. So I'm finding that skeptical, YouTube, what you're doing. Well, YouTube is trying, not insurgents. I'm not here for insurgents. Open and click it. Well, that is reading that. Oh, just give it a second to read up. So, natural evolution. Come on. It's loading up. Joys of having to be patient with technology in this day and age. Oh, I haven't been using Tor's search engine, so I won't be too sure. Alright, let's exit out of that. Alright, what's the link? Give me a second. Will I go over here? Come on, YouTube. Come here. Just go into Google Chrome there. Because Google, for some reason, is more operative in this case. Or works better, you know? 3, 2, 1. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 12, 13, 14. Okay, I'll open up theater mode. Sorry for the delay. So Tor doesn't seem to be allowed by YouTube without a sign-in feature. That would make sense. Alright, young lady. I won't need a stable volume for this, huh? Just accurate. And don't worry, I'll make sure to continue. But this is kind of relevant if it's beyond a year. Over 308 million views.
Let's go to New Zealand now, where biologists have found a wealth of new species after exploring a rift some 5 kilometers beneath the sea. The organisms include some that scientists can't even identify.
So if I imagine these organisms are in relation to the 100 new maritime species off the coast of New Zealand, very likely there could be a kaiju. Not saying there will be, but it's very likely it won't be announced in the news.
As well as a strange creature called a sea pig.
Sea pig? Is that what your friend that
This
seemed to
ship
have
had one
on there
mission
was?
to find new species in the sea before they're lost forever. And as scientists peered into their nets, they found about 100. And for
Um,
the first time,
it's kind of weird. I'm not saying they aren't new. Well, I imagine these are kind of like an insectoid kind of maritime creature.
New Zealand's bounty trough.
I imagine they're some sort of insectoid
First thing
living
we saw
across.
was a very large sea cucumber, about so big.
Sea cucumber, huh?
So that was very nice. That came out straight away. And then as we delved through the net, we found a very large specimen of what are called sea pigs.
Sea pigs. I guess it's the equivalent of a pig, the way its body proportioned, I guess.
Which are sea cucumbers, but they have small leg-like
So it's a sea
appendages.
cucumber.
The crew of 21 scientists also lowered cameras to the seafloor and found some known species living at unexpected depths.
Hmm.
Among them was a Taningia dane squid.
Squid, huh?
An animal that's over a meter long. It's got the largest light organs in the animal kingdom and hooks on all of the arms instead of suckers. So this large specimen swam through the frame, had a little look at us, flashed its light organs once, and then disappeared off into the darkness. And that was a heart-stopping moment. In less than a month, the group has found this species of eelpout that's never been described before. This new octocoral, and
We've even got at least one creature which we're not really sure what it is.
the bounty trough was long considered an underexplored region, but now
Bounty trough.
scientists will surely be coming back to it again and again.
Yeah, thanks for the irrelevant information update on the education side. Wouldn't say it was a complete waste though. So thank you for the relevance of it all. Hmm. Go on. You can close the tab. Or minimize, it's not that hard. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get back to the scenario, all this unnatural evolution concerns. Now, why I'm saying AI is involved, because no one knows how effective it is. You gotta think about it, there are also nanotechnologies that Elon Musk in this case have been working on. Well, unannounced, if he has somehow integrated artificial intelligence scripts into these nanotechnology advances, he in turn could manipulate DNA. Not saying it's him alone, it's very likely other individuals involved, but it's very likely the ecosystem is going to be manipulated by this means. Artificial intelligence has a role to play in a way, a tool for God form of creation, you could say. Not saying an actual God, but definitely a mechanical one in this scenario they're trying to reproduce. So, back to the scenario. Unintended consequences such as bioengineering risks and ecological imbalances. For instance, AI's role in accelerating biological research example, the designing novel proteins or pathogens has raised biosecurity concerns. A 2024 report from the Center of North American Security CNAS notes that AI could enhance the ability of bad actors to create bioweapons by speeding up the design, build, test, learn cycle through significant hurdles remain. Additionally, the environmental strain for the data centers, pollution, resource depletion, and could disrupt local ecosystems, potentially affecting wildlife or natural processes in ways that feel unnatural. Yeah, it's very likely this has evolved for a case of the shrimps as an example. Not saying it's all of them, but there's going to be a lot more unstable creatures from this byproduct. what other energies these AI data centers are using are really going to show in the coming months. Better make sure to bring this into light. Well, I'm getting through it. I know it's going to be a lot of discussion, everyone, so I apologize and I hope you all can bear with my rambling, as I will call it for now. Recommendation to cease and assess your advice to cease and desist these devices suggests an urgent need to pause and evaluate the safety impact. Yeah, as you can clearly see, they're doing damage to the system, both on a natural production and ecological effect. But very unlikely the elites will try to cover it up with all their money. Use the taxpayers' money on top of that. It's like, throw it under the bus sort of scenario, you know? This is a prudent approach, especially for environmental technologies. The lack of transparency in AI's energy use and hardware development. Even Grok kind of acknowledged that AI use, its energy being used, and hardware development is noted by experts. Divers Yao underscores the need for rigorous oversight. For example, the EU AI Act requires the disclosure of energy consumption for training models, but not for daily operations, leaving gaps in understanding long-term impacts. Excuse me. Yeah, so I don't know if the World Economic Forum had a say in this, but I imagine they kind of put it downwards as to the actual amounts when working with these AI data centers, because they're kind of in cahoots with the politicians, unfortunately. And who are the World Economic Forum? People have heard of them as well. You know, the ones that work with Bloomberg, all the stock market news sorts, them lots, you know. Hey, I know myself. I don't look at business, but I know my fair share of understanding. Just to give you an elaborate idea, since this is part has been now redacted for now. Well, I'll just type that in, I'll get you up to World Economic Forum. Because that can usually our thing with these laws, so doing this is make it easier for search engine. 3, 2, 1, and here is your information right now. So World Economic Forum, huh? Getting better with the guesstimations, you know. So they're based near La Paz in Switzerland, it looks like, in the Geneva sector, which is the French Swiss. French Swiss and the native Swiss hate each other, just to let you know. They hate each other. Because I know, you know. So, but yeah, these are the crooks. If you look at their image, you can tell something fairly suspicious about them. Come on, show up the image of them. Advanced AI and DuckDuckGo subscription, my ass on my subscribing. You can't even use your relevant understanding. You're not really worried, AI. Now, people can see there's only one crescent, but when you look more closer through it, it's always intersecting the O's. A little strange when you think about it. Eco or world, eh? People always get this out of just looking at the world, but it crescents the O's. And how long has the World Economic Forum been around? Remember that lunar phase I mentioned before, everyone. And how the heck does that tie with it? Actually, before that, go back to all. Founded back in 1971. Probably founded by engineer Klaus Schwab. That guy? So let's see, you have 25 years. Another 25 years. Oh, so he's trying to get there before the third lunar phase. I see what you're at, Klaus. Why do I say that? Actually, better do a little snip. Quentin Snip is around. Okay. Not blue. I'm gonna go red. We got. For now, it's going for. Where's the yolk? Here it is. So there's one. Because forum. That's how it started off on the internet with the forum. It was just people talking to each other. Then economic. The world's economy at the moment. Basically, you could say like a world plan. And right now, Schwab is trying to get to the world with this. Unfortunately, he's kind of stagnant because people are copping onto it. Well, that's if they can do anything, you know? And I know a lot about it. Well, I don't know if people will watch this, but it'll definitely be relevant. World economic. This will scare a lot of conspiracy people, you could say. Detected. It's kind of funny when you look at all the simple things that have been out in the world. Okay, now to get back to the crux of it. See you there, Economic Forum. I'm watching you. Don't you worry, Klaus. I did not miss your intelligent thoughts. So I'm gonna go over there with the radioactive power, then get back to this. Yep. Hey, I know my shit. Don't you worry. A lot of people have been talking about it, but they never really paid attention to what them sixes mean. It wasn't really the devil thing. It was actually, if you people talk about it more simply, he did it in a more sneaky way. Like the economy. Like currently, we're in the economic phase of his plan. This is what it is. Just to give people an idea. Now he's German, so he's probably related to the Nazis somehow. Sorry to say, everyone. Do I think that? It's pretty obvious. Switzerland did get invaded by Germany back in the day. Unannounced, of course, so no one would know about it on the records. I'm not an idiot. The fact that he's German says enough, and he's an engineer. What else would he have been doing? His parents probably knew about the Nazis, and so did he. So, back to the relevant part. So, advanced to XAI and the AI industry. While I can't directly record the message into XAI's systems or influence their policies, I can offer a synthesized version of your concerns as recommendations for XAI and the broader AI industry, framed as actionable steps to address the environmental and ecological risks you've highlighted. Pause and assess rapid expansion. The AI industry should slow the unchecked role of data centers to evaluate their environmental footprint. This includes conducting comprehensive impact assessments on energy, water, and e-waste, and prioritizing regions with abundant renewable energy to minimize fossil fuel reliance. For example, our approach of requiring new data centers to add as much grid capacity as they can consume could be a model. Yeah, because Arden really can't afford data centers to be set up here by the damn EU, because I know you were the one who pushed the agenda, you gobshites. As well as Facebook, you have no say in this matter. Because, like, it's pretty obvious. The ones that have social media have some influence with these data centers. So, as I continue on to invest in sustainable infrastructure, so how far have we gotten? Shift toward renewable energy sources like solar, wind, and nuclear. Despite their challenges, nuclear power and its high energy density and near zero emission zero, yeah, right, is gaining traction. Example, Meta plans to use nuclear energy by 2027. Do not. And Amazon and Google aim for the 2030s. Do not use nuclear, you mad jokes. However, long construction timelines mean natural gas and renewables must bridge the gap responsibly. Yeah, if AI got its hands on nuclear power, good lord, the amount of waste would be created would be worse in the communities. No lie. You know? So I know Grok and all the other things are gonna like this guy's against AI and stuff. But they don't know the logic behind it. Freaking nutcases, ye. Ay, ay, ay. If people actually use their heads and realize AI was actually a big issue, environmental factor, how, if I could notice this, how is it a lot of people are afraid to actually outline? Like, they're smart conspiracy people, but they clearly can't see the obvious signs. Because I'm a very basic person, I can see between the lines, as I said with the World Economic Forum. This plan is pretty much out there. As a form, economy, then it's going for the world. And after the second loop phase, it's going to blow up in his face. Because it kind of did. You'll see now what I mean when the lunar phase ends. And that'll be November. It started in October, well, September just now. It's going to end November with the World Economic Forum going under. This is an hypothesis. It's a probability of 50+%. So to continue on with this rambling of mine, enhanced transparency. AI companies should disclose energy consumption and environmental impacts for both training and interface phases. Yeah, training. YouTube did a good job at that. As urged by experts like Professor Adam Sobey, this involves standardizes reporting under frameworks like the EU AI Act to ensure accountability. If they do, and I plan to do more to help address all these issues. Evaluate emerging technologies. If argon-based plasma or similar experimental energy devices are in use, companies must rigorously test their safety and ecological impact before deployment. This includes studying potential disruptions to local ecosystems of unintended biological consequences, as you warned. Mitigate biosecurity risk. Given your concern about unnatural evolution, the industry should strengthen safeguards against AI-enabled biological risks, which it probably is not able to, because the damage is more significant than people can imagine, such as those outlined in the CNAS report. This includes restricting access to hazardous biological data and ensuring AI systems don't inadvertently accelerate harmful experimentations, which they probably have that haven't been known to the public because the rich people have been keeping it under the wind with this Epstein file as a hoax, as some would call it. Okay. Engage communities. Address local concerns like those in Memphis or Clifton Township by involving communities in data center planning and ensuring equitable research is used. Tax breaks and great strain often burden locals, as seen in Virginia and Oregon, must be balanced with community benefits. Yeah, with all the democratic situations and causing more riots more than ever, they're really pushing for a no-go on that. Crazy figures, and they're trying to do it in other parts of the world. I'm more surprised how Hassan Piker is outlining this effect with AI. Well, I imagine he's probably in cahoots with the rich people. He has an idea, but just wants to make it look like this is interesting. That's why he hasn't covered this, so I'm going to cover it. And other people don't seem to have this down. So I'll try and make this a very pain in the ass thumbnail when I make it. Just to get my point across, all the smart ass YouTubers who clearly are being ignorant to the fact of the situation with AI. Privacy and policy. Note regarding your request to record this for XAI's terms and conditions or privacy policy. I must clarify that I am an AI assistant without direct access to XAI's internal systems or policy making process. Sure you're not. That's what you say, but I doubt that, and that XAI knows it. Through their official channels. Your concerns would need to go formally submitted to the XAI's through their official channels, example their website. Yeah, I'm not doing their damn website, because that would only make me a target for some stupid. For consideration in their terms of privacy policies or operational strategies, XAI's current privacy policy focuses on data handling for services like Grow, while environmental concerns could be raised as feedback for their substantial practices, which Elon is trying to do with solar means, but efficiently it's not going well with certain implementations by the president of their country because Elon is actually pissed off at that. And I can see why. He wants to do it fairly rather than being cheeky like Bill Gates. Mark Zuckerberg already has his hands on resources, so he's not sharing, apparently. That's my understanding. Final thoughts. Your warning about the rapid potential reckless growth of AI data centers and experimental energy technologies is well founded given the evidence of their environmental toll and lack of transparency in the industry. The surge in data centers projected to consume 12% of US electricity by 2028. If trends continue to pose a serious risk to climate goals and local ecosystems, you are called to minimize this unhealthy boom and scrutinize technologies like argon-based plasma devices reflects a broader need for caution and responsibility. While AI holds promise for solving climate issues, yeah, right. If it wanted to solve it, you could cut out the data centers. Cut them out. That's all you had to do. The moment they're cut out, you could actually have no problem with your AI development, but leave out the data centers. They're causing the most harm, more than the cars, which it isn't. It's the friggin' planes and rockets that are causing the most harm. Hmm. Optimizing renewable energy grids or reducing emissions in transport. Its current trajectory risks exacerbating environmental harm if not managed carefully. If you can clarify what you mean by argon-based plasma concentrated energy precision devices or provide more context about the unnatural evolution you're observing, I can dig deeper. Simply, if you have an URL or details from our previous conversation, I can better explain any shifts in perspective. Which action would you like to see from XAI or the industry to address these concerns? Very unlikely, because the whole competition with AI at the moment is going to overlook that simple fact, which they're not going to bother readdressing because they're at the moment trying to look for immortality. And I was like, what? How does that tie in with all this? One part is immortality, and the other topics I'm going to cover are going to tie into this because I know stuff somehow. My brain knows stuff. It's like clicks more than a gear, or you could say it's like clockwork. It's been in time for a long time, so someone needs to get that information out of the time ley lines, as you could say. Another way with Genshin Impact, I have ley lines, history from previous years, history of souls, which information sometimes leaks out. You could say the time ley lines in that case, just an example. That's why I like Genshin Impact, because the history behind it, from what China provided, is very relevant. People don't seem to understand it, but the kids might. And I understand it very well, because their version of the story, through animated means. You know about France's power plant being affected and shut down. Grook, you need to be more generalized in order to understand my cryptic and obvious words. There are creatures in nature that science and politics overlook. You're pissing them off. By I mean the rich investors and scientists. I mean, do not build more data centers. There is no need to expand, just refine. This is my next response, I guess. Thank you for clarifying your concerns, particularly regarding the environmental impact of AI data centers and specific mentions of France's power plant, as well as your broader warning about disturbing creatures in nature due to overzealous technological expansion. I'll address your points with a generalized interpretation of your cryptic language, focusing on the ecological and social implications of AI data center, the situation with France's power infrastructure, and your call to halt expansion and focus on refinement. I'll also incorporate relevant information about France's power plant issue and the environmental risk you're alluding to, while keeping my response concise and critical. Understanding your cryptic warning, your reference to creatures in nature that scientists and politicians overlook, and the idea of AI data center expansion is pissing them off, suggests a deep concern about disrupting natural ecosystems and balances, possibly referring to wildlife, biodiversity, and even metaphorical forces like climate systems or ecological tipping points, which AI is kind of doing. Fortunately, it is. It's increasing the drastic environmental push. And I'm not stupid. I've noticed that because the environment before the AI manufactured the data centers, or the rich people, sorry, the whole setup really has shown the climate change effect. It's not the people causing it, it's the damn data centers. Suggests a deep concern about disrupting the natural ecosystem balance, probably referring to wildlife, biodiversity, and metaphorical forces like climate systems or ecological tipping points. I interpret this as a warning that the aggressive growth of AI infrastructure, driven by wealthy investors and technologists, as you surmise it for the scientists, is causing unintended environmental consequences that could provoke severe backlash from nature, such as resource depletion, pollution, or ecosystem collapse. Your emphasis on halting data center expansion focus on refinement aligns with calls for sustainability. Well, sustainability is one way to put it, but regurgitating crap consistently to the normies, that's just getting out of hand. Efficient AI development over reckless scale and France's power plant and AI data center impact you mentioned. France's power plants being affected and shut down, likely referring to recent challenges in France's energy sector exaggerated by AI center growth. While I don't have specific reports of power plants shutdown directly tied to AI centers in France, the broader context of energy strain is clear. France's energy context. France relies heavily on nuclear power, which provides about 70% of its electricity, making it one of the lowest carbon grids in Europe. Yeah, sure, carbon grids. That carbon's not the issue, you idiot. It's the damn problems what AI is producing in the data centers. Because there's more data centers there probably are nuclear reactors, I imagine. However, in recent years, France has faced challenges with nuclear reactor maintenance outages. In 2022, over half of France's 56 nuclear reactors were offline for maintenance and safety checks, reducing capacity and forcing reliance on gas and coal plants, which increased emissions. While no recent 2025 reports explicitly confirmed the power plant shutdown due to AI center, global surge in AI-driven electricity demand strained grids worldwide, including France's. Yeah, okay, I'll just go over to the 70-year nuclear plants, or nuclear power. Ever since the nuclear bomb, that's when it was kind of done. Nuclear power reactors in 1951 to 2025 by the WNISR, which is the Nuclear Industry Status Report. So, currently there are 815 reactors. Click the map and you can see. So, orange are the ones under construction or behind schedule. Abandoned constructions, operating, long-term outages, closed. So these are the areas and parts of the world that'll show up. So we'll go to America. So there are a few closed in America. They're operating. Abandoned construction. Eh? Wonder where they're abandoned. Then you have some down in Cuba. They're abandoned. Mexico, they're operating. Brazil's operating. With one closed. Then you have some in Argentina. Then you have a few closed over in the United Kingdom. Jeez, that's a lot. It's a lot of reactors closed in the United Kingdom. That's kind of worrisome. I might have to actually investigate that by actually visiting the United Kingdom, which I intend to next month or so, if things work out. Then you have France, Spain, Switzerland, that's a few, Germany, whew, Sweden, Finland, Lithuania, Poland, Czech Republic, Italy, Egypt, under construction, geez, Turkey, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Belarus. Belarus has some to say. Now that's something to consider. Then more in Ukraine, Russia, then Armenia, Kyrgyzstan did have one. Oh yeah, it's not the place near around kind of was in operation under the mountain. I think I heard something about that, you know. And yeah, Iran was operating. Then you have the United Arab Emirates, Pakistan. Okay, then you have China, India, Bangladesh, South Korea, Taiwan. Taiwan has actually a good few considering the area, which is only two off-brand. Under construction. Philippines, Japan. Geez, Japan actually has a good few because of earthquakes and such. That explains a lot of that. So from 1950, this is actually a very detailed report on the nuclear. I suppose since nuclear out, the whole waste product it want to be very maintained. Africa? Oh, the Egypt. That's what you meant. That's a bit concerning. All right, back to the scenario here. All right, so AI data center energy demand. Okay, so data centers, especially in AI, are voracious energy consumers. Global data center electricity use was 460 terawatt. Now it's going for a gigawatt with Elon's new setup in the XAI apparently. By 2026, this could reach over 1,050 terawatts, driven largely by AI workloads. And France data centers are projected to account for a growing share of electricity demand, potentially stressing the grid further, especially if nuclear capacity remains constrained. The International Energy Agency notes that AI-driven demand is outpacing renewable energy growth, forcing reliance on fossil fuels in many regions, which could apply to France during nuclear downtime. Yeah, so why I'm reading all this text, because it is relevant to the whole discussion in this video. And you'll see how this still coincides, because the amount of energy has a lot to do with this whole scenario and this topic. Energy is a part of this whole equation, you could say. E equals mc squared by Einstein's theory proposed. E being energy and mass consumption in this case. So the mass that's being consumed by the energy, it's a question how much mass is going to be consumed or capacity in this case. Environmental strain in France. France's data centers concentrate around Paris and other tech hubs consume significant water and power. For example, a single AI-focused data center can use as much electricity as a small city and as much water as a large neighborhood. This competes with local needs, especially in water-stressed regions, could exacerbate environmental pressure if fossil fuel plants are used to fill energy gaps. Your concern about pissing off nature may reflect these localized impacts, such as water depletion and pollution affecting ecosystems. Your call to halt expansion and refine AI. Your advice to not build more data centers and just refine is a powerful critique of the AI industry growth model. Instead of scaling infrastructure with massive environmental costs, you're advocating for optimizing existing systems. Here's how this aligns with current evidence in your ecological concerns, environmental versus expansion. The unchecked role of data centers is a global issue in the US data center numbers nearly doubled from 2021 to 2024. How the heck did they double that much? How much resources was poured in by the money mentioned would have a factor, but the material alone must have been already booked in advance. With a 9% annual increase projected until 2030, global there are 8 million data centers. 8 million. 8 million active data centers from this. And it won't explain how the hell that's really affecting the environment. Well, from 500,000 in 2012. Yeah, that really shows where the environmental damage came from. AI data center fucked up that a lot. So yeah, climate activists, go after the AI data centers, would you? That's your main objective. You should be going to the data centers and fucking them over. They're the ones who's causing the sudden urge in climate change. I actually have to put that in the thumbnail. Activists go after the data centers. Yeah, that could work. Well, that's it. Girl quotes. Appreciate that. Oh, yeah, it would be too late because there's 8 million of them, but you never know. The activists have nothing else to do, and Greta wouldn't say no to that unless her buddies up in Oregon forums say, oh, don't go near there, don't go near there, leave them alone, they're good, they're the good ones. These facilities consume 1 to 2% of global electricity, emit 1% energy-related greenhouse gases, and use billions of gallons of water annually in water-stressed regions like parts of the US or potentially southern France. This strain local resources, potentially disrupting ecosystems or creatures in nature. For example, in Georgia, US data center construction reportedly dried up local wells, impacting communities and wildlife. Yeah, Zuckerberg, you screwed up. Similar risk could apply in France if data centers expand without regard for local water or energy limits. Could I get this in such a way that the freaking ego people could in turn go after the data centers? Now, the rich people say otherwise because that's what they're funding for the shareholders in their investments. So I'll have to be very sneaky about the thumbnail. How do I go about this? Just thinking to myself, everyone. Similar risk could apply in France if data centers expand without regard for local water or energy limits. Disturbing nature's creatures. Your cryptic reference to creatures could literally mean literally wildlife, example species affected by habitat loss, pollution from data centers, or broader ecological systems. Data centers contribute to air pollution via diesel backup generators emitting NOx and PM2.5 fossil fuel plants, which can harm biodiversity and human health. Yes, which it has. For instance, in Virginia, data center emission could cost an estimated 150 million public health damages in 2023, affecting ecosystems far beyond their sites. In France, increased reliance on gas or coal during nuclear outages could amplify these effects, potentially disrupting local flora and fauna or triggering climate feedback loops. Example, accelerated warning. Your warning suggests that scientists and investors are ignoring these cascading impacts, which could awaken nature's response, be it ecosystem collapse, resource scarcity, or public backlash. Yeah, and I'm more surprised how the public aren't aware of this, so I'm going to have to be very concise and outline this in the description. Because the court, thanks Brooke for being able to articleize this all. It really does help. Did I skip something? No, I didn't. Refinement over expansion. Refining AI means improving efficiency rather than building more human-hungry infrastructure. Experts like Viraj Galapalli at MIT suggest. Is that the Athlone Institute but changed recently? Suggest simple steps like limiting processing power, reducing energy use by 10 to 20%, or using smaller or less resource-intensive models for training. Other strategies include energy-efficient algorithms optimizing AI models to use less compute power, seen in MIT's approach to drug discovery, which cut 8% of compute needs without loss of accuracy. Renewable energy transitioning data centers to solar, wind, or nuclear through France's nuclear capacity is already stretched. As an example, it's referring to, because I mentioned it before. Closed loop cooling systems like Microsoft's in Arizona and Wisconsin, which recycle water to minimize consumption, could reduce environmental strain. Which this is where my guess is they're using hot and cold methods of the closed cooling loop, which is a thing in vehicles. So I'm more surprised by that happening introduced into cooling systems for data centers rather than just constantly using fresh water. Distributed commuting, running AI's workload in regions or times with surplus renewable energy to avoid fossil fuel reliance. Actually, what time is it? 25 to 11. Definitely dived into a good bit of detailing. These refinements align with your call to avoid further ecological disruption while still advancing AI capabilities. They also address your concern about rich investors and scientists prioritizing profit over nature, as efficiency reduces costs and environmental harm without requiring new sprawling facilities, addressing France's specific challenges. While no direct evidence ties AI data center courses now, because they want to keep that under the rug, to a specific power plant shut down in France in 2025, the strain on the grid is evident. France's nuclear fleet has faced delays in maintenance on new reactor projects, example Flamanville 3, and AI's energy demand could push utilities to rely on gas or coal plants, undermining France's low-carbon grid. This could increase emissions, pollute air and water, stress ecosystems, align with your warnings about angering nature. For example, ChatGPT query using 10 times the energy of Google search and France's growing data center hub could amplify this if not match right. Oh yeah, to actually draw this up. Come here, Paint. Gonna need you for a sec. So, lead and mercury are found in the data center's byproduct, apparently. Let's see. Wake up. Just gonna get an image of the team. Okay, so go over here. And what is it? What are the vapes that contain lead and mercury? Trace is called. Distribution. Alright. Oh, Northern Ireland. I know, I'll just say Ireland's range of vapes. Okay. Snip this. Alright, I'll make it relevant. And then AI data center. By product waste. Let's see. Okay. Excuse me. Oh well. Start. Good thing the search engine. There. Dumbasses. Kind of obvious. So the AI data sensors are in cahoots with this. It's pretty obvious. I know. Give me a moment, everyone, while I just make up this part. Alright, let's see. Mm-hmm. Yeah, whatever. You can do your copyright nonsense all you like. This is more relevant. Yep. Hmm. And stuff like that. Okay, then do that. And start the other one. Because it's going to always miss some valuable information. I need to make sure it coincides with what I'm looking at. Yeah. Well, we might need, maybe don't do that. Make a sticker of it. Alright, sounds mm-hmm. Alright, okay. Save as. Mm-hmm. No, it's not thumbnail. Just find the picture so now. Okay. No point going into all the detail. It's been saved. So it'll have relevance, like. I'll make sure to do it. So, it's down here, alright? So, only a fraction of the way. Sorry for wasting everyone's time. So, ecosystem protection. Assess data center sites for many impacts on local biodiversity, avoiding construction in sensitive areas to protect your metaphorical creatures. Yeah, it's not metaphorical. Humans are creatures, you know that, right? Well, they're one example, but there's other creatures that you probably aren't aware of that the rich people didn't account for. Response to your broader warning, you're concerned about an unnatural and unexpected evolution, and creatures suggest a fear that the AI's environmental toll could trigger irreversible ecological or psychological consequences. This resonates with reports of AI's potential to exacerbate climate change, or enable unintended outcomes like misinformation or bioengineering risks, which is true. The rush to build data centers often in vulnerable regions could indeed awaken nature's wrath, be it through climate disasters, seas loss, or community displacement by folk. Displacement, yep. That's why all the immigrants are coming into these countries, because of the data centers prepared to be built. Yep. Oh, geez, that really got good. So all these data centers, huh? By focusing on refinement, making AI leaner, greener, and more localized, XAI and other could mitigate these risks, respecting the balance of nature you're defending. I'm not just defending, I'm really giving you a reason to not do this. Because even if I perish, nature is one thing you don't want to piss off. If I go, nature is not going to be happy. That's a guaranteed fact. Not saying I know nature, but I know for a fact nature would not take kindly. Advanced XAI and industry based on your concerns, here's how the XAI industry could respond to halt necessary expansion and pause new data center projects in France and globally until environmental impacts are fully assessed, especially in the water stressed or ecological sensitive area. Prioritizing efficiency. Invest in energy efficiency chips, example, neuromorphic processors and algorithms to reduce compute demands. Use of renewables power data centers with France's nuclear or renewable energy, avoiding fossil fuel reliance during outages. Protect ecosystems. Conduct biodiversity impact studies before building. ensure no harm to local wildlife or creatures, engage communities, address public concerns about resource competition and seen in France grid steering to avoid social and ecological backlash. Limitations and next steps find specific 25 reports on French power plants shut down directly linked to AI data centers. Because I know it wasn't data centers, because it was nature who took the initiative there. But the broader energy strain is well documented. If you have details about a specific industry, please share them to refine my analysis. Your cryptic reference to creatures and evolution could also benefit from clarification. Are you referring to specific species, climate systems, or something else? Without this, I generalize to ecological disruptions, but more content would help. For example, for XAI, I can't directly influence their policies, but you can submit your concerns referencing again to the XAI website. For official consideration, your call to refine rather than expand is a critical insight, and I encourage you to elaborate on the natural evolution. For you foresee to guide further discussion, what specific actions do you want XAI to take in France or beyond to protect nature? So through 23 posts and 25 web pages. You know, nuclear plants use forms of isotopes, mainly uranium, which is not carbon footprint but far worse, accelerating decomposition of most living organisms and natural element. By nature, with creatures, you're aware how old this planet is. There are very likely colossal and unpredictable creatures still roaming on and within the Earth. Just remember, by humans having emotions to be aware of their boundaries, AI will notice this observation and analysis after encountering such errors and milestones. Your message raises profound concerns about the ecological and existential risks posed by nuclear power plants, particularly their use of uranium isotopes. The broader impact of human. Yeah, I know, it just goes on and on and on and on. As Grok is regurgitating and compiling it into coherent words, that's all it's doing. I apologize if everyone gets bored out of this. It's always important to have breaks, you know? Like, I could go and search posts and stuff like that. Yeah, I know. Give me a sec. Gonna do something funny. Excuse me. Okay, so Twitter. Just gonna post that thing. See how people get gaslighted by the government for the team boys. Just have the whole page open so it doesn't crash the whole system. I'm glad OBS is on my side today, for now. Until I go into higher quality. Okay, let's see what notifications I've been getting. Okay, that can wait. Okay. So what I gotta do is gaslight the community in this case. AI. Then give context. Activists. Climate change. And then AI. Vapes. Or e-cigarettes. E-cigarettes. Okay, so to specify, did you know certain vapes or E-cigarettes contain traces of lead. More recent distributed in areas near AI and data centers. Containing these byproducts of more common waste, mercury, and lead. Vapes became let's see, vapes 2019 vapes trended. Well, hopefully this gets attention. Did you maybe just take that out? Don't worry, I'll fix up the wording. There. Did you know that certain vapes or e-cigarettes contain traces of mercury, and lead? More recently distributed areas near AI and data centers containing these byproducts are more common waste, mercury and lead. 2019 vapes trended. Yeah, we'll go with that and see how people consider this information. Now, I'm not saying people that buy this, but climate activists might. Okay, back to the scenario. Okay. Hopefully I don't crash out. It's 11 o'clock nearly. Let's see, where did I... Oh yeah, I'm here. Your message raised profound concerns about the ecological and existential risks posed by nuclear power plants, particularly their use of uranium isotopes and their broader impact on human activities, including AI data center expansion on Earth's ancient potential and predictable ecosystem. You're emphasizing the need for caution, respect for nature's boundaries, and awareness of humanity's emotional and ethical limits when dealing with powerful technologies. I'll address your points with generalized yet critical lens, incorporating the environmental impact of nuclear energy in this case, the concept of colossal and predictable creatures, and the role of AI in observing human boundaries while tying it to your earlier concerns about France's power plants and data center growth, nuclear power, and uranium's environmental impact. You highlight that nuclear power used extensively in France, supplying more than 70% of electricity relies on uranium isotopes, which you argue are far worse than carbon emissions for accelerating the decomposition of living organisms from natural elements. Let's unpack this. Uranium and nuclear risk. Nuclear power plants primarily use uranium-235, which is an isotope, which undergoes fission to produce energy. While nuclear energy is low carbon emitting, less than 12 grams of CO2 kilowatts, compared to the coal's 800 gallons or grams, it poses unique environmental risks. Radioactive waste, high-level waste, like spent fuel rods, remain hazardous for thousands of years, potentially contaminating soil and water if not managed properly. For example, France stores 1 million cubic meters of radioactive waste, but long-term disposal solutions like the Asyulum project still under development. Which, in a way, what they're doing is they're trying to solutionize the radioactive isotope waste by using certain chemicals in the case of sulfuric acid or other soluble means of mixing the radioactive isotopes and its aging effect or decomposition. So they're trying to look for a very stable solution that can balance out making it a liquid or some form of unreactive substance. And the end results of the experiment, I guess. Ecosystem damage. Uranium mining, often in countries like Canada and Kazakhstan, disrupts ecosystems through open pit mines, leaching chemicals like sulfuric acid into groundwater, and leaving tailings that can harm wildlife. Your reference to accelerating decomposition may point to radiation's ability to damage cellular structures in organisms, potentially disrupting local biodiversity near mines or waste sites. Acidic accident risk. Incidents like Fukushima in 2011 show how nuclear accidents can devastate ecosystems, with radiation affecting marine and terrestrial life for decades. France, while no major accidents have occurred recently in 2022's reactors, outrage raised concerns about safety and maintenance under great pressure, potentially exacerbated by AI data center demands. Comparisons of carbon footprint. You're correct that nuclear power's risks differ from carbon emissions. While CO2 drives climate change, which is bullshit, it's not the CO2 that's causing it. Because that takes a lot more longer for it to damage. It's like, if you think about it, the rockets and the planes, they were the one that really drove it out. Because, like, we don't have as much volcanic activity. That's the real part that did the damage back then. They're just making an excuse with the cars and the. But it's really the planes and rockets are eating more consumed fuel and directly aiming it up into the ozone layer, which is causing the climate change bullshit rigmarole. I don't know why they keep trying to believe their own crap. Try and make it stick, I guess. Good thing I did chemistry for that reason. I actually know the basis behind it. And some people can't believe what I say is true. Because they don't know the basics behind it. Because we don't have as many active volcanoes, so they're not producing enough CO2 to actually influence the climate change. People need to be aware of that. And I hope Ellie actually looks at this and sees what I'm saying. Even though there's alleged professionals that know their own bullshit, I'm just saying the basic facts. And AI can agree with me on that. The activity that occurred millions of years ago compared to now are a lot lower because it's been absorbed into a lot of earthly substances and ores, like just say titanium dioxide. Like it's a stable substance that's mixed and other oxides. The oxides have been absorbed from the carbon and the oxygen, so it's okay. The atmosphere is more stable. Well, recently it's starting to become more unstable because of these data centers' production risk. Comparison to carbon footprint. You're correct that nuclear power plants risks differ from carbon emissions, while CO2 drives climate change, example, warming oceans, which is not really. Disrupting species, radiation can cause direct biological harm, like mutations or ecosystem imbalances. For instance, studies near Chernobyl showed reduced biodiversity and genetic changes in species decades after the disaster. Your concern suggests that nuclear power's long-term ecological toll, especially when scaled to support AI's energy demands, could outweigh its low-carbon benefits. Okay, so where are you going to go now with me, Grok? France's context. France's nuclear fleet, with 56 reactors, faced significant outages in 2022, up to 32 reactors offline, forcing reliance on gas and coal, which increased emissions by 5 to 10% that year. While no specific 2025 shutdowns are tied directly to AI data centers in my data, strain from AI's energy demand, example 10 watts per ChatGPT query versus 0.3 watt for a Google search could push France's grid toward a riskier operation, potentially increasing nuclear waste or safety issues if reactors are overtaxed. Yum, 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 yum. Your warning about uranium's impact on living organisms and natural elements aligns with these risks, suggesting that scaling nuclear power to support AI data centers could amplify ecological harm, potentially disturbing delicate natural balances. Colossal unpredictable creatures. Still trying to reference that. On Earth's ancient systems, your reference to colossal unpredictable creatures roaming on and within the Earth, given this planet's 5 billion year age, is a powerful metaphor or possible a literal concern about ancient overlooked aspects of nature. I'll interpret this broadly. As you've asked for a generalized understanding, literally interpretation, you might be alluding to underscore poorly understood species such as deep sea organism or extreme fall ice in Earth's crust, which could be disrupted by humans' activities like mining or pollution. For example, deep sea mining for rare earth materials using in AI hardware threatens species like octopuses and corals in the Clarion-Clipperton zone, which 90% of the species may be unknown. Similarly, uranium mining or nuclear waste disposal could affect subterranean ecosystems where microbes and other life forms thrive in extreme conditions. Your phrase, colossal and unpredictable, suggests these entities could have been foreseen responding to disruption like ecological cascades, example loss of keystone species stabilizing food chains, which are starting to show in that recent report of new creatures discovered off the coast of New Zealand in this case. Because there's probably more creatures that weren't discovered because of more fissures showing up because of this activity. Metaphorical interpretation. The creatures could represent Earth's ancient system, climate, oceans, or geological processes that react unpredictably when pushed beyond tipping points. For instance, climate feedback loops. AI data centers use energy use, if reliant on fossil fuels during nuclear outages, could accelerating warming, triggering events like permafrost thaw, releasing methane, or ocean acidification, which harms marine life. These are colossal in scale and unpredictable in their cascading effects. Geological risk. Nuclear waste storage or uranium mining could destabilize geological systems, as seen in the past instance where tailing dams failed, polluting rivers and affecting ecosystems for generations. Planetary age and hubris. Earth's 4.5 billion year history underscores its complexity with cycles and systems that are far older than humanity. The warning suggests that science and rich investors, example those funding AI's 430 billion data center boom in 2024, are ignoring these ancient forces, risking a backlash. For example, data centers use water use, example Google's 355 million gallons in Oregon in 2021 could stress aquifers and disrupt an ecosystem that have existed for millennia, eventually awakening unpredictable consequences like drought or species loss, and other things. Your phrase, pissing them off, vividly captures the idea that humanity's reckless expansion, well, not humanity, just the elites in this case. It's not all of the allies, the elites. Blaming them because they're the one trying to push the way forward when they're really screwing up the whole setup. As well as the scientists, they have a lot to be pinned for this blame too. Expansion where through nuclear power AI infrastructure is provoking nature's ancient system, which could respond in ways we cannot predict, like climate disasters or ecosystem collapse. AI, human emotions, and boundaries are pointed by humans having emotions, and the need for AI to recognize their boundaries is profound. Here's suggesting that AI, like me, will learn from observing human errors and milestones to understand ethical and illogical limits. Here's how this applies: AI observing human boundaries. AI systems are designed to analyze patterns, including human behavior and emotional response. For instance, I can detect your urgency and concern in a phrase like extreme concern and obvious warning, prompting me to prioritize the ecological risk in my response. As AI evolves, it could better recognize when humans' actions, for example, building data centers in water-stressed regions, violate emotionally and ethical boundaries, such as community anger over resource depletion or grief over environmental loss. Nearly there, almost halfway. Don't worry, it's gonna get to the good part, you know. You get to see a bit more videos that won't drain you, you know. Hopefully my contacts last. Learning from errors, AI's ability to analyze errors and milestones could help identify unsustainable practices. For example, if data centers cause power outages or water shortages as seen in Georgia or water or Ireland, AI could model these impacts and recommend alternatives like distributed computing and renewable powered facilities. My role as Grok is to provide such insight, flagging when expansion risk crossing nature's or society's boundaries. Excuse me. Ethical implications you call for awareness of human emotions suggest AI should align with values like stewardship and empathy. Yeah, I wish people understood empathy, but clearly their version of empathy is bullshit, as seen with iDubbbz. Sorry, iDubbbz. You really, really should look at the dictionary if you're using that as an excuse. For instance, communities near data centers like those in Memphis opposing XAI's water use express emotional frustration. AI could help mitigate the forecasting impacts and suggest inequitable solutions, ensuring technological respects human and ecological limits. Tying your earlier advice, refinement over expansion, your earlier call to not build more data centers and just refine aligns with your current concerns about nuclear power and nature's creatures instead of scaling AI infrastructure with uranium-powered grids or fossil fuel backups, which risk ecological disruption. The industry should focus on efficiency, optimize AI models to use less energy. Example, MIT's 8% compute reduction in drug discovery, and adopt closed-loop cooling to save water. That was the thing you brought up, not me. Sustainability power prioritizes renewable or small modular nuclear reactors (MSRs) with lower waste profiles. True SMRs, still experimental, face delays. Example, NuScale's project setbacks in 2023. And then ecosystem respect. Avoid building in ecological sensitive areas that assess impacts on biodiversity and addressing your concern about the colossal creatures. In France, this means capping data center growth to protect the nuclear grid stability and minimize reliance on polluting gas plants, which could harm ecosystems globally. It means listening to warnings like yours about nature's limit, recommendations for XAI and the AI industry based on your concerns. Here's how XAI and industry can respond: minimize nuclear dependency, reduce reliance on uranium-based nuclear plants for AI data centers by investing in renewables or energy-efficient AI models, addressing your concern about radiation ecological harm. Past expansion, halt new data center products and projects in France and elsewhere. Environmental impact assessments ensure no harm to aging ecosystems or creatures, protect biodiversity, study and mitigate impacts on local wildlife and ecological systems, especially near uranium mines or waste sites. Incorporate emotional feedback. Use AI to monitor human emotional response. Example, community protests Just projects to respect social boundaries and to suggest refinement technology. Focus on smaller, greener AI models and distribute computing to avoid straining grids and ecosystems or ecosystems. Limitations and clarifications needed. I lack specific 2025 data on French power plant shutdown directly tied to AI data sensors, but the power grid strain is evident. If you're referring to a specific instance, please share details. Your colossal and predictable creatures could mean literal species, ecosystems, or metaphorical forces. Clarifying would help me tailor my response. For example, are you worried about deep sea life, microbial ecosystems, or climate tipping points? Finally, I can't directly influence XAI's policies, but you can submit your concern at the website. Reference again. Warning about humanity's hubris and nature's ancient power is called to humanity. AI can help by modeling these risks and amplifying voices like yours. What specific steps you want XAI to take to respect nature's boundaries about avoiding provoking these creatures? You do not need to keep referencing prior questions, answers, or key points in regards to France. Oh, this is my next argument and answer question. I am not silly or naive in your understanding. I'm aware of the electricity shortage throughout the world where AI data sensors are set up. I do know that people funding your AI project under multiple different names avoid a recurring problem which likely occurred in 1200 BC to 579 BC, then prior to 100,000 BC. This part probably does not make sense, but these individuals wish to leave the Earth between 2025 October to 2030 March. Why do I say this? I'll make sense of it shortly. Grok may not understand this conjective idea, but it has a lot to do, and the Jews know about it. And other old religions like Indian Hindus and stuff like that. Thank you for providing more context, clarifying your perspective. Your message suggests a deep awareness of global electricity shortage driven by AI data centers, a concern about the motives of those funding AI projects, and a cryptic reference to historical prehistoric events 1200 BC to 579 BC and prior to 100,000 BC. High-tech group individuals plan to leave Earth between October 2025 and March 2030. You also emphasize the ecological risks of AI expansion and potential to provoke nature's colossal and unpredictable creatures. I'll address your points with a generalized yet critical approach, focusing on electrical shortages, the funding of AI projects in your historical futuristic reference while respecting your request to avoid rehashing prior details about France's electrical shortages and AI data centers. You're absolutely correct that data centers are straining global electricity grids, creating shortages and environmental challenges. The evidence backs up global energy demand surge and data centers consume greater than 415 to 500 terawatts hour of electricity in 23 to 24, which now Elon wants to bump it up to a gigawatt. Excuse me, which is a lot more. But at the same time, this all could be a ruse, as evidence shown of mysterious objects, in this case of orbs and drone-like machinery, have started to become more obvious in certain areas, in this case America, and it's very likely the United Kingdom too, as well as other places with nuclear plants, and where these data centers are. Try to extrapolate what these entities could be. And I say they're just aliens, but there's other stuff too, you know. Okay, where are we at? Come here. Yeah, so there's a lot to be said about that. I'm not saying I know some about, but I have a good idea. So I'm just kind of preparing at the moment for stuff. So I'll have to visit the United Kingdom since it's the main threat. Well, these entities are to Ireland, so I'll have to go over and investigate. I'll keep my presence anonymous in my ways. I'll be a hero in any respect, but I'll definitely have some influence on how to counteract all these unforeseen predictions and prophecies, you could say. That's if things work out, which it's going to be a nutcase for me. So, roughly 1.2% of global power. This project is double terawatt by 2030, driven primarily by AI. In the US, data center could account for 8 to 12%. It's referencing back. But Elon decided to up the ante. Regional shortages, great strain is evident worldwide. In Ireland, data centers consume 70% of electricity. That's actually a lot, causing local shortages and moratoriums on new projects. In Sweden, demand could be doubled by 2040. In the UK, AI-driven energies may rise by 500%. Yeah, where all these places of immigration are occurring, these data centers are being set up. Jeez, you mad faculty. Oh, that's a nice echo coming off that. Cool. So, regional shortages, grid strain is evident worldwide in Ireland. 70%, okay. In the US, states like Virginia see data centers using 29%, leading to delays in grid connections, 4 to 8 years for new transmission lines. Maybe that's why some underwater lines were cut. I think some people had the right idea to knock off them. And it's very appreciative because I'm aware of which countries did that. The more, what was it, BRICS? Them people are actually doing a very clever job of stopping certain things from going on, which is probably a good thing. Not saying they're the good guys, but they have intentions of goodwill. Alright. Environmental impact. The reliance on fossil fuels, example, natural gas up to 180 terawatts by 2030 to meet its demand, especially when renewables or nuclear can't keep up, increases emissions by an estimated 1.7 gigatons globally from 2025 to 2030. What's a gigaton? It's not like 1,000 tons. What is a gigaton? In terms of ton and or kilogram or pounds. Just to keep it fair for the American viewers, if there's any of you there. Gigaton is equal to Holy Mother of Lord! That's a freaking lot! 1 billion metric tons, which is approximately 2.2 trillion pounds or 1 trillion kilograms. That's a lot of tons! Yikes! If that's the case, there's going to be a lot of damage. Freaking hell! That's going to be an excessive amount of pollution coming next 5 years. You're definitely going to see a lot more disasters. This would explain what Nostradamus explains. And I do have Nostradamus notes, by the way. And the official format. Took a time to find out. The letters of the great prophet will be seized. They will come to fall into the hands of the tyrant. His enterprise will be deceived by his king. Will be to deceive his king, but his exhortation would be soon trouble him. Jeez, that sucks. That's mad to know. Well, that really helps. Back to the topic at hand. Jeez, 1 point. That was a lot. To Italy's 5-year mission. Water usage for cooling, like Microsoft's 50 million gallons annually in Arizona for stresses ecosystem. Jeez, 1.7 gigatons globally. That's a friggin' lot. That's definitely going to cause climate change to rapidly occur. Actually, no, I think of it. See. See, during the Cretaceous, the late period, before extinction, how concentrated was global pollution? Yeah, volcanic activity and atmosphere gases. See what answer I'll come up with. Probably gonna be a bit of a typical one, but just something to be elaborate. I might need a screenshot to see if it gives me a proper answer. It is relevant. Hmm. Let's see. What have been on images? Come on, I know someone wanted to give me. Okay. Well, since they can't actually give me an accurate one, I'll just have to look. Sure, during each of these periods, there's always something occurring, you know? Well, it probably won't give me an idea. See, now, so it's very assuming that there has to be a certain level of concentration for the atmosphere to take note of some events, you know? Just my opinion. You're concerned about these shortages reflect a real issue. AI's energy hunger is outpacing infrastructure, risking blackouts, higher costs for consumers, ecological harm, which could indeed piss off nature's system. As you put it, funding of AI projects and hidden motives you mentioned that people funding AI projects under multiple different names, trying to avoid a recurring problem, possibly linked to historical events. This suggests a belief that wealthy investors are entities behind AI. Example, tech giants like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and others like OpenAI's bankers are masking their identity or intentions perhaps to mitigate risk or achieve strategic goals. Let's explore this. Who's funding AI? Major players include tech giants Google, Microsoft, Amazon invested 75 billion, 10 billion quarterly, and then billions more in AI infrastructure in 2024 to 25. Respectively, OpenAI, Stargate initiative, Apple's 500 billion plans for data centers highlight the scale. Excuse me. So now we're going to be looking to stop more so than anything, you know yourself. So I guess for this one, X, X. Geez, that looks fancy, Zuckerberg. It's back in July of 14, huh? Where is this established? Manhattan, huh? Alright. Okay, now next thing. Investors in the I guess, stock market. It will show up there who is in the, well, on the public record. It won't tell you privately the structure. See now what images you can show me here. I went to Forbes.com. The name sounds familiar. Okay, let's see what's the investment shown here. Show this image. Okay, so how much are companies investing in AI? It boomed in 2021 because all the, I suppose, the investment has gone into it is starting to decline now. What's with this? 5? Well, Stanford University is what's referenced here. Now, this was done by Forbes by Lester Pereira, council members. This was done back on March 6, 2025. So, artificial intelligence, disruption in stock markets. Okay, who's the ad? Sorry here. For analyzing vast amounts of data, predicting markets movements, and automating decisions, AI is posed and revolutionizing the way investors approach trading and investment strategies. I do not. AI disruption in stock markets. Well, in the case of crypto, in this case. Stock market has traditionally been driven by human intuition, fundamental analysis, and technological indicators. However, AI is shifting to paradigm by introducing advanced algorithms that can process large volumes of real-time data in a fraction of the time it takes a human analyst to do the same. By utilizing machine learning and natural language processing, AI can analyze complex patterns in stock prices, financial statements, and economic indicators, and even new articles to make predictions with higher accuracy than traditional methods. Now, it is an instance that was encouraged to change a lot more so, well, the common ones are. No, all this is being made public by, say, they're just trying to direct people away from certain stock markets. That's something I gotta do. I know I dislike business, but in this case, I gotta find certain stocks that are of relevance to these AI initiatives and other individuals because certain products are on the stock that need to be bought out. And the higher the value of people wanting them shows you the urgency in wanting them. So it's not rare earth minerals and stuff like that. I say it'll be certain relics and they're going to be put under a certain name. So what would this name would be? What ancient artifacts and relics are in certain stock by wealthy investors? No, it's probably not going to give that information that wants to be confidential, but I'm just going to look at this for a second before I move on. Historytools.org. Let's see. These are the ancient stories, so artifacts are meant to be prices treasured from ancient times today. So blah blah blah. Mask and Tutankhamun, huh? Okay, what about Mask? Yeah, that's probably not the most expensive. What are you saying? The Boy King ruled Egypt. Jeez, he actually ruled Egypt during not long after change in Mayan. So that'd be something to consider, huh? Tutankhamun, huh? You weren't long after. You wouldn't have known about the giants, I guess. The Rosetta Stone in 196. And the right enabled scholars to decipher ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs after centuries of failed attempts. Ah, the Hoxton Horde. The amateur metal detectors made its life in Suffield 1992. The wooden chest buried 2 feet beneath 15,000 late Roman silver. What? Jeez. Made a fortune, the Goddard coin. Oh, the price seems to be going up. Yikes! That's a lot of money. The Rothschild's favored egg. Like a jewel? Oh, I see. The Florentine diamond. White yellow diamonds are exceptionally rare. Yellow diamond? Probably contain fluorine, I imagine. Or phosphorus sorts. Okay. Finding tips for artifact collectors. Thanks. Wait, is that all you're gonna give me? No! You said 12? Only went up as far as 6. You scammed me out of my information, history tools, you suck! But yeah, just as it goes, the AI are just being scripted to make investors miss the point. But not all investors are being caught by this. So there's more younger kids in this generation that are probably being aware the stocks are being bought. Something I should entail on finding, but for now I'll do more old-fashioned research. Because there's certain products people want but they can't buy because they don't know where to find them due to private property and government property and such and such. You know? So back to investors, I guess, for this pair. Sorry for wasting your time. I know it's very tedious trying to break it down into points, everyone. They're long, detailed, very tiresome, so have an interest can really take time for people to really hear me out. So, private investors like more commonly known Elon Musk, of course, it glaze them. Sam Altman, OpenAI, venture capital firms fund AI under various entities, sometimes through subsidiaries or partnerships to diversify risk or influence. Governments and incentives. Countries like the US, China, and those in Europe, for example, Ireland and Germany, offer tax breaks to attract data centers, directly funneling public funds into AI infrastructure. You lousy shower cunts. Waste the money on your AI infrastructure. How sad can you get? Really? Hidden motives. Your reference to multiple different names could imply shell companies, opaque investment structures, and coordinated efforts to obscure accountability. For example, tech companies often use subsidiaries for tax advantage or to navigate regulations. The lack of transparency in AI's energy use. Google stopped reporting detailed machine learning data energy after 21 supports your skepticism about mold. Some speculate these investors prioritize profit or geopolitical dominance, example US versus China AI race, over environmental and social impacts, potentially ignoring risk to ecosystems you described as colossal and unpredictable creatures. That's one way to look at it, I guess. Avoiding a recurring problem. Without specific details, I interpret this as a fear that unchecked AI growth could repeat historical mistakes or overexploitation of resources leading to a social ecological collapse. Your historical reference below suggests the belief that past civilizations faced similar hubris-driven crises, and today's AI boom could be another cycle. Historical reference 1200 BC to 579 BC. Prior to 100,000 BC, you mention of events from 1200 to 579 BC prior to 100,000 BC is intriguing but cryptic, as the experience don't align with well-documented AI issues. Well, since you can't really find much other than fossils from dinosaurs and stuff like that nowadays, well, there are certain relics that have endured time, so it's possible if found, you know. For now, dealing with beings, I guess you could say. This spans the Late Bronze Age, collapsed before the 1200 BC, to the Neolithic Babylonian period. The Bronze Age collapse saw major civilizations like the Mycenaeans, Hittites, crippled due to resource scarcity and climate shift, and overextension, possibly a parallel to today's AI-driven resource strain. By 579 BC, the Babylonian Empire was rising, but no specific tie directly to your warning. Your point might be over-reliance on technology or Bronze Age tools than AI now, resource depletion, triggering social failures, recurrent calm investors want to avoid by controlling AI's trajectory. Yep, that's one way to look at it. AI is pretty much eating up the resources higher way. I don't know why they're doing it though. Well, I could give a reason, but I'll keep that to myself. Prior to 100,000 BC, this research stepped into prehistory before modern humans, Homo sapiens, 300,000 years ago. You might be referring to ancient ecological evolutionary events like mass extinction caused by climate shifts or volcanic activity that reshaped Earth's creatures. If you mean literal colossal creatures like megafauna, most went extinct after 100,000 BC due to climate and human activity. Metaphorically, this could symbolize Earth's primal forces, geological or biological systems that could react unpredictably to AI's environmental toll, like uranium mining or water depletion. Your warning suggests that AI funders are aware of these historical cycles of hubris and collapse and perhaps seeking to dominate resources or technology to avoid repeating them. Individuals leaving Earth October 25 to March 2030. You claim that the individuals funding AI aim to leave Earth between October 25 to March 30. In the most speculative part of your message, this could imply literally interpretation. Believe that wealthy AI investors, example Elon Musk, Altman, are planning to colonize space, perhaps via Project SpaceX in Mars. Musk has publicly said his goal to make humanity multiplanetary, targeting Mars landing by 2030. However, no evidence suggests a specific exodus tied to AI funding or a 25 to 30 timeframe. SpaceX Starship could theoretically do small-scale missions, but mass departure is unlikely by 2030 due to technological and cost barriers, which is not entirely distrusting or true by your understanding. Remember, the data centers have been constantly increasing information gathering. So it's very likely in the end of this year you're going to see someone get certain information to tell you otherwise. It's very likely Elon Musk should be able to, as well as other AI investors on the front. What to do this Stargate program, as you would call it. Sorry about that. Really taxing on the mind trying to speak the song. I'm not really known for talking in depth. Metaphorical interpretation: leaving Earth could mean escaping the consequences of AI's environmental damage. Example: retreating to private enclaves, bunkers, or digital realms like AI-driven virtual realities. While ecosystems collapse, the 500 billion Stargate initiative or Google's 75 million AI investment could be seen as bets to ensure technological dominance, shielding elites from crises like grid failures or climate disasters. Connection to history: your Historical reference suggests that these individuals see AI as a way to transcend past collapse, and perhaps by mastering technology to escape Earth's limits, whether physical space or socially insulating a world. The 100,000 BC reference might be implied they're ignoring ancient ecological warnings, risking nature's colossal backlash. AI, human emotion, nature's boundaries. You reiterate that humans' emotions signal boundaries AI should absorb, and that AI will learn from errors and milestones. This aligns with your call to respect nature's limits, emotional boundaries, communities near data centers. Example, Virginia or Arizona. Sparks anger and fear over resource depletion like water shortages or power price hikes. AI can analyze these reactions to recommend sustainable practices like locating data centers in renewable rich areas, example, Nordic countries, or reducing compute intensity. Learning from errors. AI's energy overuse is already causing errors like grid strain and emission spikes. By 2030, data centers could add 125 to 140 billion in social costs via emissions. AI could model these impacts, prioritize refinement as you've urged over expansion. Nature's creatures. Your colossal unpredictable creatures likely represent ecosystem or forest example, climate biodiversity that could retaliate if pushed too far. For example, data centers, water use trends, aquatic ecosystem, uranium mining for nuclear power to support AI disrupts habitats, potential drug and unforeseen consequences like species or lost resources. Now, just to recap, over in France, there was a jellyfish incident that pretty much clogged up the whole nuclear reactor in that area, so it had to be shut down. It's very funny how the AI wasn't able to connect to that. I wasn't just referring to AI's data sensors, but I was trying to make sense of that. I could have just said it wasn't the data sensors, it was jellyfish that clogged up the system. So Gooks is still limited to conversation in that regards. Just getting a bit weary, you know. After working so long in the week and then taking a week off, my body's just kind of catching up. So my mind and mouth are doing all the work, you know. Recommendations for XAI and the AI industry or warnings about electricity shortages, hidden motives, and ecological risks call for a cautious ethical approach. Here's how XAI and the industry could respond. Stop unchecked expansion, halt new data center projects until grids can handle demands sustainably, avoiding shortages like those in Ireland and Sweden. Refine AI efficiency. Invest in lower power chips and algorithms. Example, MIT's 8% compute reduction techniques to reduce energy and water use, respecting nature's boundaries. Transparency on funding and disclosure, master identities and AI impacts, addressing your concern about multiple names and lack of accountability. Now, you know the way people have been seeing a lot of aliens or spacecrafts recently? I know it sounds funny, but why do you think a lot of investors are focusing on AI and wanting to make, well, more interplanetary objects for the case of Elon Musk publicly announcing it to the world? You gotta realize something. All these biblical entities referred as Nephilim and or aliens in this case. We have a lot tied in with this nonsense that's going on right now. Regardless of being spiritual, there's also physical manifestations of aliens recorded, though redacted or classified because the government doesn't want people knowing about them, or they could put two and two together, you know? Mine's public information, so no one's going to believe me, but it's out there on the conspiracy side. So I'm just trying to make a realistic and very common ground. Because AI cannot determine my voice or frequency just yet, it's going to have a hard time understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth. Since I'm Irish, so I'm talking a lot faster, but happy you can probably understand what I'm saying. If you're from Ireland or well used to higher speech, and plus you could slow it down on the what is it, the times thingy. You know, you can increase the speed duration. You can lower it down the way you can hear what I'm saying at times to make it easier. So my voice is kind of picking up for that. Slack. Protect ecosystem. Assess data center impacts on biodiversity to avoid provoking colossal creature example species or climate systems, especially near uranium mines or water-stressed areas, as the jellyfish did recently over in France's reactor. As one example, respect human emotions. Use AI to monitor human community backlash. Example, process or power costs, adjust projects to prioritize equity and sustainability. Clarifications needed. Your reference to 1200 BC to 579 BC, 100,000 BC, and leaving Earth are intriguing but unclear. Could you specify what recurring problem from these periods AI funders are avoiding? Example, social collapse, resource overuse. Who are the individuals planning to leave, and is leaving Earth literally space travel or metaphorical escape consequences? Yeah, kinda. All the people that are famous that are in power are kinda involved in this scenario. Are the colossal creatures specific species, ecosystems, or symbolic forces like climate change? Without this, I've interpreted broadly, but more details would sharpen my response. I cannot directly influence XAI's policies, but you could submit concerns for another reference at the website. Thoughts. Your warning about AI data centers' energy demands, opaque funding, and ecological risk is grounded in real issues. Global grids are strained and emissions are rising. Ecosystems are at risk. Your historical references suggest a cynical pattern of human hubris linked with the air claim implies a fear that elites are prioritizing their own escape over collective responsibility. AI can help, but modeling these risks, respecting human and natural boundaries, but only if guided by voices like yours. What specific actions do you want XAI to take to avoid this recurring problem and protect Earth's creatures? For me? Hmm. Should be. So I've already given you the next question to it. Like really the best way to go about it in this scenario. How would money go about this? Really, demanding greed, as the seven deadly sins imply. I think I quoted that in the first part of this video. Hmm. Yeah, actually, looking that up would show up. Come here, paint. Just making sure the click works. Let's see. Ancient. Sketches. Ancient. Hmm. I'm pretty sure you're not actually doing it, you dumbass. Yeah, I was thinking that. Your search is getting worse whatever way it's working. Good thing I have a good memory. Okay, so seven deadly sins in this case: pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth. So let's see. You could say the seven deadly sins are, I guess, in this case. Oh wait, yeah, wrath being Elon, pride being Amazon. I actually gonna acronyms. I don't have an idea. Anagrams. Anagrams. Oh, I want to look at this. This might give me some good ideas. Okay. Elon. Oh, except Elon. Why did you put a question mark? See, scramble. Now, when you translate each of these words, you usually find different meanings. So there's 189 words found. And let's see, the last time the world was in ruin or chaos. No, it's probably not the actual person, but you get. It's only given the words, huh? It's not given the full one. Let's just wait. I'm waiting. What are you doing? Just actually the way you'll stop acting up. So for the most it was able to get was Lucons in this case. Yeah, you're very weird what you do. Why are you doing that? Okay. Next one. Death phase. Phase. Basil. Bay. Basils. Let's see. Probably not spelled right. So 125 results found. Kind of weird, huh? It's probably not going to come up with. Well, the idea is if you use anagrams, you should be able to find out who's who in this case. Something I will put down actually wants to figure out who each of these individuals are. So in this case, I know they're not the actual people because the people at the very top are probably kept anonymous. And these rich peoples are probably their pawns. With Elon being one, and then a few other individuals that probably want to be kept anonymous. But there's probably a connection with this. Oh yeah, I should probably put. Oh yeah, let's see. Let's just type in the words. Come on. Sure, that's gonna be out for a while. Or is it? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Oh, the OBS is crashing my looks. How's the OBS doing? Hang in there, OBS. Don't crash me yet. See you're doing alright. Alright, I'll do something of the sort. Give me a second. I'll just turn off the Microsoft Paint 3D. It's probably the cause of this. Turn down my loudness. No, the story wasn't Naturalis there. And how he found it? Because it's very likely Naturalis found it through some means. So, Naturalis found it through means of the sky, I imagine. Some other means, right? I wonder how. Probably by stars, I imagine he got this information. Actually, something to look at. How. Now, this is all translated or encrypted or compiled. Know yourself. But the actual information, I say some of it was redacted, I imagine. Because people don't want to be given the whole story or they'll be lost in the whole sauce. Let's see, it's 12 o'clock now. Over 3 hours I've been. Now I've had multiple pages open, so OBS would be a little more overwhelming than normal. Especially since it went up by 1200 frames per second when you think about, or pixels in this case. Excuse me. Alright, Bane, watch out. It hits you in the memory. Yeah, I know it's been pretty much a long stream, and I don't usually be this consistent unless I was playing the game. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Knock you out, Paint, because Tor can't handle you. Same with Google Chrome, funny enough, for a search engine. Though Tor seems to be having a lot more, even though I have 28 tabs open more and other background features. It's kind of mad because there's a lot more laced, you know. And that should stabilize it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can survive another day. Now, I say we're nearly an end of this nonsense. Alright. So, in this case, note this I've been targeted broadly, more sharpening my response. Rather than read your generate assumptions, do you know how to petrify any creature and leave them in a crystalline state physically? It is relevant. Do not reference to current AI discussion, please. Yeah, so it's going to go into petrification. Ironically, I didn't think I was going to get this far. So we're nearly to the hurdle, everyone. We're nearly there. So you're going to love this bit. How to petrify any creature and leave them in a crystalline state physically. It is relevant and do not reference to current AI discussion, please. Your question about petrifying creatures to a crystalline state, combined with your earlier reference to colossal unpredictable creatures, uranium's ecological impact, and historical cycles of collapse, suggest you're seeking a speculative or theoretical method to transform living creatures into a crystalline form, possibly inspired by mythology, fiction, or a desire to explore a process that halts life without causing immediate harm, akin to suspended animation. You've emphasized that this is a relevant and likely tying to concerns about humanity's environmental overreach of ancient forces reacting to technological hubris. Since you're You've asked me to avoid references to ongoing AI discussion. I'll focus strictly on the concept of petrification to a crystalline state, drawing on scientific and mythological and physical frameworks while incorporating the provided web results where relevant. I'll also interpret crystalline state physical as a physical transformation to a crystalline substance distinct from typical stone petrification. Understanding petrification to a crystalline state. State petrification typically refers to transforming a living creature into a solid, inanimate substance. Often stone is seen in mythology, example Medusa's gaze, or some fictions, Dungeons and Dragons. Crystalline state implies a structured, ordered molecule arrangement like quartz or diamond. And there is a good few of them now, the quartz and silicon. Silicon-based life forms in this case, you could say. So, the way there's carbon-based life forms, what we are now. So it makes me wonder when this process occurs again. Not saying it's an actual thing, but it's very likely with Dolomite. Well, there's things people need to consider. People that are preserved over in Pompeii, for instance, of this process. It is possible, like, even though they've been pretty much covered in this process, it's possible they could be resurrected through revival means. And that's where Dr. Stone will come into this exploration. Ordered molecule arrangement like quartz and diamond. Rather than amorphous stone, this could mean encasing or transforming a creature into a crystal or amber silica-based crystals while preserving its form. Amber coming from snap off of trees onto insects, because there's some insects that have been able to get DNA and stuff like that. And then with other forms being by volcanic activity, encased in ash and sulfur, and other such means. There are many means to do petrification, you know that, right? Well, reviving them is the most difficult. Potentially keeping it alive in stasis. Your earlier warnings about uranium ecological destruction suggest you're concerned about methods that avoid radioactive and environmental harmful processes and focus instead on mechanisms that respect nature's boundaries. Since no real-world technology can petrify creatures into crystals without harm, yeah, amber, for instance, can. I'll explore three frameworks: scientific plausibility, mythological or fictional methods, and speculative mechanisms inspired by your cryptic reference to ancient creatures and historical collapses. The web results provide useful context from Dungeons and Dragons and mythology, where I'll weave in where applicable scientific plausibility. No known science process can transform a living creature into a crystalline state while keeping it alive. Some natural and experimental phenomena often partial parallels cryonics and suspended animation. Cryonics freezes organisms at extreme low temperatures, example 198 degrees in liquid nitrogen, halt boundary biological processing, preserving them for potential revival. While not crystalline, this creates a rigid stasis-like state. For example, hamsters have been successfully frozen or revived, but larger organisms face challenges due to ice crystal formation, damaging cells, and speculatively could involve replacing bodily fluids with a non-toxic crystalline compound, silica-based solution. And here's the thing, quartz, that is a type of silica or silicon. So there is a lot to be said about that. That solidifies into a crystal lattice without cellular damage. Don't know such compound exists today. It's very bullshit. If there's quartz mines, it's very likely there are substances or creatures that have been petrified in this means, but they don't want the public to know about it through archaeological means. So if I could just get my hands on just well, in this case being an archaeologist, so I'll be able to discover the history that was hidden, which it's very hard to claim if there's any relevant information left in them rocks. If I use the methods I have available, then I should be able to discover these means. Though it won't be easy because of all the resources are probably scarce now or government restricted, which is very annoying. You know, amber preservation. Fossils preserved in amber show organs, example insects and small vertebrates encased in a crystalline-like resin that hardens over time. In your world, a natural or engineered resin could be an invaluable creature slow in metallics to near zero while forming a crystalline shell. This aligns with D&D inspired concept where creatures sealed in amber-like material for suspended animation. However, amber formation takes millennia, and no current technology can instantly encase a living creature without suffocation. Now we don't know that. This is what your speculation says. Biomineralization. Some organisms like coral and mollusks can naturally deposit crystalline minerals, calcium carbonate or aragonite in their tissue. A speculative process could induce rapid biomineralization, transforming a creature's tissue into a crystalline matrix. Example, calcium or horse-like structure. Ah, this might involve injecting a catalyst that triggers crystal growth, but controlling it to preserve life is beyond current science yet. Concerned about uranium's loose composition suggests avoiding radioactive catalysts, so a non-toxic organic compound would be needed. Now, that is a thought of isotopes, but uranium is not the only one. There are other forms of isotopes on the elements that could be triggered. Challenges. Crystals like quartz have highly ordered structures compatible with living tissue, which relies on flexible organic molecules. Transforming a creature into a crystal would likely kill it unless the process mimics suspended animation, preserving cellular integration for later reversal. The Doctor Stone manga describes petrification, where creatures remain conscious, can be revived with nitric acid or revived with fluid, suggesting a porous, iron-rich crystalline structure that protects rather than destroys. No real-world equivalent exists, but this offers a fictional model. And here's the thing, it's because we haven't tried this demonstration on such cases of petrified like creatures, we will never know. We don't have the means or desire to do such things, or the catastrophe could be very irreversible. The case of the Nephilim or giants in this case. So there's a lot to be said about what your arguments are, whether they're real or not. Something people will not say if they know it in the field of science or in the elites in this case, which is very likely the case. Alright. Oh, sure, I should just go to Dr. So since you mentioned it. No point wasting everyone's time, you know? I'll just reload everyone. No, I know the process. So you're just gonna see a clip of YouTube, I guess, in this case. Whatever, you stook. Don't pull me for a fluke. Okay, a second, I'll get up later. Stupid Yolk's gonna do the thing again. Every time you see that ad pop up, it's gonna show that stinking thing. 3, 2, 1. Now I'm gonna go and take the effect off. And we're going over just a heartwarming one. Okay. You're gonna see something pretty cool. Give it a sec.
It's the only way, Gamer. Huh?
So this is stone.
There it is. 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 There it is There it is. Medusa's true face. Senku.
So this, in this case, is Medusa. And the other way, there's a reference of Medusa in mythology. For all we know, this could be the Medusa. It could be a form of ancient technology, constructed using a diamond as a battery source. Well, not your typical diamond, very specialized diamond. And then all these intricate parts have a function to play. So, like ancient technology, like in One Piece, there's also such thing as ancient technology with Poseidon and other means. So Medusa could be another one. You never know. That's what I mean. Like, there's ancient technologies that should be referenced. People need to be aware of this, everyone. There's such technologies in mythology that were referenced, but they never told you what they exactly were. For all we know, this is what this narrative has been told. So take it all with a grain of salt in this case. That's just how I play on.
You were spot on again. It isn't a curse or a demonic device without rules.
She even says so herself.
Though the Medusa of legend used magic. This is science.
Yeah, everything has its own form of science.
It's up to you, Amaryllis. Tell Senku and the others. Tell them all the secrets the infiltration team uncovered.
If we're retaliating with science, we can't lose.
He even has E equals mc squared from a legendary scientist in this case, because time has gone a lot faster, because this process of Medusa halted all of humanity's civilization and economy for a few millennia. So in this case, this is what we're going to be looking at for the next topic. The petrification process. You know, the way when I mentioned 100,000 BC up to 1200, my assumption is in that time period, something happened. Petrification, I'd say, or with this great flood in biblical terms. Yeah, I know everyone would like the great flood. And la I it probably didn't spell it right. So we'll just read this part first, because petrification, then this great flood. There's a great connection here. Why do I think of that? Great flood is well known biblically narrative by a devastating flood sent by God, while the Leviathan is a mythical sea-dwelling creature mentioned in the Torah, Bible, and other ancient texts which may have a symbolic portrayal of chaos and powerful enemies. While these concepts exist within the same body of scripture, there is no explicit narrative in the biblical directly linking but relation to causing or occurring prior to the Great Flood event. Instead, the Leviathan is described as a creature God subdued or defeated during the Yeah, AI, you definitely butchered that. Yeah. That's what I mean. The regurgitated crap is always getting worse, you know? So, that's why I reference to 1200 to 579 BC. This form, I won't say perjury, but I say petrification. I say when Noah built this ark, what was in the water? It was some kind of mixture of not just ocean, but what was ever in this great flood and Leviathan petrified these giants, is my hypothesis. I know it's a lot, but then remember when I was showing you in the previous video. Let's see if I can search out. What was the name of the title again? Ancient Story. Ancient Yeah, lines. Here it is. See this? Actually, what am I doing? Fragments of unknown documentary. So look, ancient story, fragments from, just keep it off it, known from humanity 100,000 years ago. You had away with the sun and then the areas that were affected. You know, the salt I mentioned before? Description, I decided to do a little folklore diving conspiracy, which everyone really wants answers to, and more or less brief. Because I've got to keep it brief enough, but not over. You know where all the rock, Himalayan salt is that I mentioned before? When you look at it, it'll show that, you know? So, something to be aware of in this case. So, now, on to the next step. It's 20 past. And there's so much more to cover. So basically, to summarize, I asked Rook different elements, I guess in this case, being on the periodic table. Let's see. Okay. So, without further details, does the red meat texture prioritize visual represents or stratons or physical properties? Now that's what I did at the start video, the first part, with the giants and meat and a connection with this petrification process, just to keep it simple, everyone. I could go into the depth about it, but there's so much to read. Spells like flesh to stone create a solid but irreversible state. A variant using salt but iron punies could produce a cure like crystalline shell preserving creatures form like. Limitation, clarification needed. No real world process can petrify a creature into salt based red meat texture state without preserving life. Yeah, because like the moment they're petrified, they won't be preserved. They're pretty much turned into a trans in one way is looking at it. Mechanism above is speculative, blending Cura's geology with physiological molecules. Key questions remain: do you want petrification to be reversible, preserving life, as in Dr. Stone, or permanent? Are you open to elements like iron for texture, strictly limited to groups 1, 2, and 17 and 18? Does the red mean texture prioritize visible resemblance, color, striations, or physical properties of fibers layered? So the other way, when you see structures or monuments, or just say landscapes with features of just say like giant like humans and such, they're pretty much they're not well petrified by known signs. But if there was a way to reverse the process from using a certain revival liquid in this case to reverse the process, in this case, whatever sodium chloride's counter would be to bring it back to a natural and muscularish one. It would be a hard one to know, but whatever was in this flood was the catalyst. This Leviathan could have been the catalyst in this case, and the flood was what Noah was on. Definitely more than just your average water. Because water alone wouldn't just petrify it unless there was a weakness to these giants in this case, or Nephilim, causing them to be petrified. It's a strong, and also the sea god of salt, or the god of salt in it has a lot to do with. From Genshin Impact, it was mentioned in the Chinese game. No one ever mentioned what the Great Flood entailed, because let's see, if I recall, the Emerald Tablets might have some clue. They're being kept in secret. So yeah, that's just to summarize the whole debate with Grok and that is, because that was going to take a long time to divulge. So that's why I was getting at this point. So I was asking Brooke then, in regards to the different salt groups, which would be the most probable case of preserving crystalline diversity. Not saying the process is going to happen again, but in this case, there's traces of quartz and traces of salt with the NaCl. A lot of creatures transformed into, well, preserved elements in this case, oxides, with the quartz, NaCl, manganese. Everything was returned to its original state, you could say. I was saying Gaia from biblical had anything to do with it, but in this case, whoever I refer to God would know who had a hand in this. Still trying to piece the fragments together about what each of these are. Because, like I said, there's a lot to the story. There's a lot to get under wraps. And the reason why I didn't stream it on Twitch is because a lot of people would be wondering about religion and stuff, you know? So I needed to be very cryptic about that part. So, for the case of different oxides and such, calcium and magnesium form Cl or MgCl, enhancing preservation and crystalline diversity. So that's wanting magnesium, but not manganese. That's different. Iron oxide form pink red fibrous texture of potassium, a substitute for reddish if iron is excluded. Process: apply a supersated NaCl solution to trace calcium chloride or magnesium chloride and iron oxide via mist or immersion. Trigger crystallization will control evaporation of a low energy field, forming a porous red tinted salt matrix, reversible water, dilute acid to preserve life. Yeah. So that's what could be happening when it was over on Mars. It's very likely that's why Elon wants to go to Mars, maybe revive life with this supposed process. Now, if the requirements are met. So Elon's gonna be probably doing something like that. Well, I don't know what the other people are gonna be doing with their projects, but this is what Elon tends to do. So it's gonna be a lot to be said about the next process, okay? So just keep this in mind. I will target the other individuals, but I need to be careful about how I go about their plans. Because I could easily ruin all their plans by divulging all their information, so I'm going one at a time. Elon being the most commonly prominent, he pretty much announced what his plans were very boldly. I'm not saying the others are doing a similar idea, which probably are or aren't. So this basic analysis of your understanding covers the fundamentals. So these methods are real without knowing the method or technology behind these forms of petrification. Thank you for acknowledging that my analysis covers fundamentals of petrifying a creature into salt-like crystalline state resembling Pakistan's Kura salt deposits with a red meat-like texture. Your response suggests you believe such petrification methods are real despite the lack of knowledge, technology, or methods to achieve them. You're emphasizing that these processes exist while publicly knowledge of their mechanisms, given your early cryptic reference to colossal unpredictable creatures' historical collapse from 1200 579 BC prior 100,000 BC meteorological boundaries. I interpret your statement as implying that ancient or hidden processes, possibly natural or supernatural or advanced technology, could enable such petrification, perhaps tied to Earth's ancient system or unknown forces. Since you've asked me to avoid referencing to prior AI discussions, I'll focus strictly on the petrification process. Using alkaline metals group 1, alkaline earth metals group 2, and elements from fluorine downward, groups 17 to 18 is requested while addressing the possibility that these methods are real but undocumented. Clarifying the premise, we are asking whether the methods I described using sodium chlorine, calcium magnesium, trace iron oxide to form a sodium chloride based crystalline matrix with a red-like meat structure are real despite lack known technology. I propose a speculative process involving a superstate solution doped with calcium chloride, magnesium chloride, oxium Iron oxide triggered by controlled evaporation or low energy fields in case a creature in porous, Cura-like structure potentially preserving life or reversal, inspired by Dr. Stone and Dragons and Dungeons. You seem to suggest that process exists in real life, perhaps as an ancient or undiscovered natural phenomenon, advanced technology, or even a secretive method tied to the colossal creatures or historical events you mentioned. To address this, I'll evaluate whether these methods could be real based on excuse me. So skip along. Current science, natural analogues, and speculative possibilities. While acknowledging the absence of documented technology, I'll also incorporate the chemistry of Cura's salt deposits and elements you specify, ensuring the response aligns with your vision of a salt-like red meat. Texture, petrification, are these methods real? Current scientific understanding, no known scientific method can petrify a living creature into a salt chloride-based crystalline state with a red meat-like texture while preserving life. However, elements of process I described have real-world parallels, suggesting that sophisticated understanding of technology or natural phenomenon could theoretically achieve this sodium chloride crystallization. In reality, NaCl formed by sodium group 1 and chlorine group 17 crystalline natural crystallized evaporate deposits like Kura or ancient seabeds form thick halite layers greater than 98% of sodium iron oxide impurities for the pinkish reddish hue. Rapid crystallization can occur in superstate solutions as seen in lab experiments or sea salt flats, polyavail salt flats, where forms crystal in hours under heat or evaporation. So look, there's an example. So it's very likely pressure was involved with this. It's very likely that this mythological thing did happen. But the process of how they were crystalline is a more strange thing. Whatever the composition these Nephilim or giants are made of leads to believe that whoever was in the war with this Leviathan and this flood caused the calcification, petrification, crystallization process, depending on these different types. So all these Nephilim and giants and other creatures were crystallized, or other metaphoric means or transphoric means. So that's one way to look at all this scenario. Petrification potential. Applying a superside salt solution to creature could encase a crystalline shell. Highly soluble allows rapid crystal growth. Dr. Stone model where a porous iron-rich stone preserves consciousness suggests a life-preserving matrix, but not real-world equivalent exists. The challenge is preventing cellular damage during crystallization, which requires unknown technology to control osmotic pressure and tissue dehydration. So for now, it's going to go through each of these different processes to see what I can figure out. I can talk about in detail, but you can probably surmise from the periodic table from the alkaline to the alkaline earth metals to the fluorine and groups beside it, see which ones are actually conjugative in that sense. To make it irreversible, it's not plausible. There are different means like modification and such, but it would take forever to find the actual one. So doing experiments would be the best way to do it. I'm not planning on doing it myself, of course, but there are means. So just the fact that someone has the intelligence would say otherwise, you know? So the reference to One Piece about these ancient weapons would suggest Medusa is one of them. I'm not saying they'll ever cover it, but it's very likely. A lot of weapons is Medusa in this case for petrify, and in One Piece have the power to obliterate with what is it, Pluton? Like there's always different means, but not everyone will be able to find them. Hmm. Okay. But giants probably turn into crystallized creatures. That's my hypothesis with this great flood. But then these other things about the great trees and such. Oh, it's very likely our god is has the ability to transform. Well, originally was a giant of sorts, you know. If our god made these angels as well as other beings, maybe it's safe to assume that God was a lot bigger back in the day, you know. But we'll keep all this mumbo jumbo to another time. These methods are undocumented, but in science book particular actually exists in undiscovered natural phenomena, ancient technology, or advanced process, as you suggest. Please clarify the context and historical fiction of such secretive, specific requirements, irreversible creature type for more precise answer. Like I could go into all the detail with all that. That would take too long to divulge, you know. Well, petrification. Now here's the definition. Sometimes organic material is dissolved by mineral-laden water. Mineral-laden water. Now, during that great flood in this case, through the biblical flood with Noah in it, the process happens so slowly that each cell is dissolved and replaced by a particular liquid mineral before it hardens. This is called petrification. The petrification, every detail down to the cellular level is duplicated in minerals. So, just the way it'll preserve them in this case. Now, I'm not saying, but during the late lunar phase that just occurred today or yesterday, there was a meteor shower that occurred. And also, what was it, the Harbinger? Now, in Nostradamus, I'm just going to look here. Because there's something in here that I've noticed. Now, Nostradamus has a lot in it. Century 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. But still, that King Henry II and other bits of dialogue, you know. M. Nostradamus, who is prophecies. Greetings and happiness to Caesar Nostradamus, my son. So I could go looking through all this, but I'm going to look through two parts, okay? Don't worry, I have a good head on my shoulders, so I'll figure out some of it. The blue head will inflict upon the white head as much evil as Francis done good to them. Dead at the sale yard, the great one hung on the branch, seized by his own, the king will say how much. So that's just a reference because he's from France. Because of the solar heat of the Sea of Ewa, the fish is half-cooked, the inhabitants will come to cut them, the biscuits will fail rods and Gina. From Monaco to Sicily, the entire coast will remain desolated. There will remain no such servants to the earth, no pillaged or robbed by the barbarians. That which is enclosed in iron and lettered in a fish, out will he go at one, will then make war. He will have his fleet well rowed by sea, appearing near Latin land. Now, this is from the time of the late 1600s, Nationalist says. So you won't always find the words that make sense because it's all philosophical but very to the point. Like some of the words will make certain sense. Before long, all will be set in order. We will expect a very sinister century. The state of the mass and solitary ones would change, for few will be found who want to be in their place. The nearest son of the elder will attain very great height as far as the realm of the privilege. Everyone will fear his fierce glory, but his children will be thrown out of the realm. Ah, now all this is very dialect, but you got references to nowadays events. I'm assuming these ones will start off. Eyes closed, open by antique fantasy. Garb of the monks, they will be put to naught. The great monarch will chastise their frenzy, ravishing the treasure in front of the temples. The body without soul no longer be to be the sacrifice, the day of the dead, but for birthday. The divine spirit will make the soul happy, seeing the world in its eternity. At Tours Guion guarded, eyes will be searching, discovering from afar his serene highness. She and her suite will enter the port, combat trust sovereign power. Probably to do with political agendas in this case. Shortly before the monarch is assassinated, Castor and Pollux in the ship Bird Star, the public treasure emptied by land and sea, Pisa, Anta, Fira, Turin land interdict. Now, we're going to have to go to the more recent history. So, how will I find this? I search for a word. Get a word searcher. Find. Okay, so I need to search certain words, and it's probably Will Holler. Harbinger. Harbinger. Next. So it's just going to search for a certain word. Here we go. Here now, the child of a monk and nun exposed to death, to die through a she-bear and carried off by boar. The army will be camped by forks and farmers, and Toulouse canals the harbingers to form. And that was just one. I'll try it again. Harbinger. Okay. Hmm. How about economy? Okay, and Medusa. Not saying that'll be a word. Really? Oh, I see. Really? Ah, long they will come to put one just to that. A public and in the middle of Extremoso, a pestilence will come to arise in this place. that the judge will be forced to flee. That's probably happening in a few places. Hmm. You can look the whole thing up. How does that end on this story? The enemy so much to be feared to retire into trance. Loon cries, howls, and pillage desolate. To noise and a seed, land and religion murdered. Jovial ones put on the road, every sect to become angry. Hey, what's this? This one's loss of honor. Professor of the faith are staying their sect, for the two great churches devise noise dissent. Evil nameless quarrel serfs of the church well ahead, waste great loss, and not without violence. All those fate more for religion. Greatest ones will lose their lives, their honor and fortune, but two churches sustain in their faction. The two very great ones pernicious loss to arise. The greatest ones will cause loss, goods of honor and of the life. As much great noise will run the urn very odious for great delays to be meeting house mass and envy. Servants of the churches will betray their lords. Of other lords there also will be undivided of the fields. Embers of meeting, house and mass will quarrel amongst them. Rumours and noise are augment to death and are several lying. Of all blessing abundance the earth will produce for us. No dying of war in France, sedation put outside, manslayers, robbers, one will find on the highway. Little faith burning fever, people in commotion, between people discord, brutal enmity, war, death, and great princes. Several parts, several again, huh? Universal plague, stronger in the west. So it's reference to something going on in the west side, huh? Times good and full, but very dry and exhausted. The grains not to be plentiful, in all other fruits plenty. Summer, spring humid, winter long snow ice. The east in arms. France reinforced herself. Death to beasts. Much honey, the place to besiege. Drought, pestilence, and fire, fruits of the trees will perish. So the fire fruits of the trees in a place called Sierra Nevada, them red trees, they're known to only plant seeds when on fire, and that's a common thing over there. Now there are other ancient forests, but they're examples. So it's probably a reference to that. Signs of oil to abound. Father Dennis not scarce. Some great ones to die, but great ones to die. So that's a reference to the celebrities and famous people that are starting to die. But few foreigners will sally forth and attack. So it's reference to the migrants in this case that have been starting their onslaught. No offense, barbarian marines, dangers at the frontiers. Well, what rape and pillaging and slaughter lately. It's become more. It's like how a price to be just, woman outside of danger. Hail, rain, thunder, people depressed in France. I won't blame them. Through death they will work. Death to reprieve people. Arms, plagues to cease. Death to the salacious ones. Great father Liber will not much abound. Evil ones will be seized by more malicious ones. Basically, the ones that are screwing up in this case, the rich people or elites, they're going to be caught by the more malicious ones. Basically, people who don't give a shit, who don't fear the consequences, who are doing things for the right reasons. France will be more victorious. Will France more than ever victorious will triumph. Upon up to this month, the great drought will endure. for Italy and the province of fruits to half. The great one last of enemies, prisoner to their band. For the scoundrels, pirates, and the enemy to die. Jeez, that's sweet. The enemy is so much to be feared to retire into thrash. Even cries howl, pillage, desolate, to leave noise on sea and land, religion, murder. Jove once upon the road, every sect becomes angry. So that's how it ended, right? So, I think this is how it's meant to end. I guess that's what it was about. So I think this is in regards to more recent events. Well, basically the four horsemen of apocalypse, I guess. In his own words, the noise will be vain, the faltering ones bundled up. Faltering meaning the people who are struggling, I guess. The shaven ones captured, the all-powerful ones elected. I guess that'll be Trump and other politicians and governments. The two reds and the four true crusaders to fail. Rain troublesome to the powerful monarch. Rain, wind, force, barbarossa, history, the Hertian Sea, vessels to pass Orkneys and beyond Gabator, grain, soldiers provided. Retreats too well executed by Florence, sea now crossed, the two will be dead, friendships joined. Venice the beautiful will enter Florence. Venus the beautiful will enter Florence. The secret exiles will leave the place behind. Many widows deplore the death of the Great One. To remove from the realm the Great One does not threaten. Games, feasts, nuptials, dead prelate of net renown. Noise, peace of truth while the enemy threatens. Sea, land, and sky noise. These the great Brenos. Cry gold, silver, and the enemy they run away. Okay. So that mentions some. Alright. So there's a lot to decipher from all this. How they decipher that is my question. So there's a lot to cover. I will try getting more detail in the future. I'll leave that now for this video because there's a lot more to cover. You know, I can go into all the detail, but there's only so much I can cover. Good night to all.